which are both national and international. And to just name a few, some of the projects are related with Southeastern Norway University, Norway Tuning India Project, University of Spain, and the European Union, and so on and so forth. Then he has also been awarded with the prestigious C.V. Raman Postdoc Fellowship by UGC New Delhi, and has also been awarded with the Maharashtra State Secondary Teacher Education Association Award, the best, I would say, research paper in 2009, and Young Teacher Educator in 2019. He has authored and co-authored a number of books, 10 books in education and related to education. 3 books are published at the international level, and about, numerous research publications at both the national and international level. And he has also initiated, I must say, a number of interventions and reforms in curriculum at different levels of the educational sciences, and also participated in many forums which are related to research. Yeah.
Dr. Vaibhav Yadav. Thank you, sir, for being with us this morning. Next, also, I would like to felicitate our prominent educationists of our very hometown, our very home university, Professor S.M. Sunga. Thank you. Ma'am, glad to have you this morning, and all set and to hear from you for the whole day. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
I would now like to introduce about our madam, who are very own, the eminent educationist of this region. We have Professor S.M. Sungo, who I must say is an exemplary academician, educationist, and scholar. And she has served the university in different capacities. And, her areas of specialization includes educational psychology, teacher education, environmental education, research methodology, to name a few. She has served, as I said, in different capacities. She was the former head of the Department of Education, the former dean, and today also, she holds very important positions in the university, where she is, the key person, I must say, in the implementation and the structure of NEP 2020 in the university. She is also the chairperson of the Central Admission Committee of NEHU. And besides teaching, I must say that she has experiences in different sections, and that is, from the term 2009 to 2016, she was the chairperson of the Women's Cell in NEHU. Then it was known as Women's Cell. Today, she is the presiding officer of the Internal Complaint Committee, ICC NEHU Shillong, and has been coordinators of different projects, I must say, different schemes of the government, which includes the, RMSA, RUSA, and also holds many important positions at the state level. Thank you, ma'am, for being here this morning. And I must say that, lest I forget, she has the number of PhD scholars that she has produced, I think must have crossed 40, almost reaching half century, if I'm not mistaken. I think if in the university, she has the highest, number of PhD awardees under her. She's the only one. So almost touching half century. She has published many books, I must say. Many books, if you want to look into environmental education, you have it. You have teacher education. You have, all the different areas. And also, she has been instrumental in bringing that, a major project to the university, and that is the Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, mission for teachers. It is a 7 crore project, and for which, many have benefited from many programs that she has been able to hold. And in fact, we also have a building that is coming up, which is, that will be a product of this major project, which ma'am. So we are grateful to her, and she has, and there are many other, I would say, projects. In comparison to that, she has many other projects, crimes against women, and many others, to name a few. So thank you, and I feel we are so blessed to have madam, to have sir in our midst, who will be giving us, their presentation. Then we also have Dr. Wanda Shisha Melemngap, who is serving in the Department of Adult and Continuing Education. She also has vast experience of about 17 years of teaching. And then she has been in touch with, at the grassroots level, with many of these stakeholders, where, in terms of organizing extension programs, development of materials for neoliterates, and field visits. And she has also been supervising the PhD research work, and also has many other, responsibilities, and has served also represented, I would say, the department and the university in different capacities in relation to the state government and the state, projects. She is a member also of different committees of Student Co-Curricular Advisory Committee, members of, the Committee for Beautification of the Campus, which is very important, and also, a member of the governing body of NERI, to mention a few. Then we also have Professor Manu Khare, who is the Head Department of Educational Finance, NEPA, New Delhi. Sir has completed his PG, postgraduate, MPhil, PhD degree in economics from Bhopal University, and also has a postgraduate diploma in financial management from IGNU. Professor Mona is a lady, right? I'm sorry about that, yeah. Her specialization is in regional planning and economic growth, and she has received trainings from IIM Lucknow, IIPA New Delhi, the NET UGC qualified in 1990, and I must say that she has a brilliant academic record of being a topper throughout, including the Madhya Pradesh PSC 1993. She has been twice conferred with the Young Economist Award by the Indian Economic Association, Prashati Patra by Government of Madhya Pradesh, for her contribution in the EduSat program. She has chaired also and delivered lectures in both the national and international conference with teaching, training, consultancy, and administrative experience of more than 20 years. And she has also supervised many PhD and MPhil and PhD scholars, and has also been an expert and a visiting faculty in many of the training institutes for state and central government offices and bank professionals like the State Bank, the RCVP, the Academy of Administration, Academic Staff College, and many management schools. And to conclude, she has also has co-authored, many the books and journals, for which one of them is the Indian Economic Journal, and also she is the member of the editorial board of the Journal of Environmental Research and Development, and has been a member of various academic bodies of universities and other higher education institutions. I think without further delay, we will start the technical session for this morning. And the first speaker of today I request Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav. And then we will have Dr. Melemngap as a second speaker. I think we will have the presentations, delivery from all the speakers, and maybe at the end of this session, then we will take the questions. Thank you. I hand over the time to Sayed.
So you choose which one. This one.
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning again, respected Professor Sam Ma'am, Professors Sunuk Ma'am, Sir, my friend Sumar, and all the present here over the teachers and all the students. I have a responsibility to discuss the topic that National Education Policy 2020 in the light of distance and online education. First thing I would like to explain that I am not going to teaching or something explaining this thing. I would like to discuss with you the various points which incorporated in the NEP 2020 referencing with ODL and online education. The intervention of technology and the modern pedagogy in education, and for that particular purpose, Government of India and all the state university are trying to do a lot of things since 2000. I remember that. I remember in 2003 when I completed my Master of Education in RI Bhopal. And after 1 year, I remember there is one big mission we started during this period, the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyana. And when I completed my Bachelor of Education, that time also the intervention done by the Intel. Intel is one of the computer company or IT company. But they have some kind of model of teaching. And in Maharashtra, throughout all university, we implementing the Intel lesson plan for the teaching. So the intervention of technology in higher education, and for that purpose, people or teachers, government, NGOs are always trying to do this thing. But what I observed in last 2 years, because of pandemic and COVID, suddenly the 360-degree changes. Now everyone is talking about the devices. So last 20 years where we are trying to implementing technology in education, and we face a lot of problem, but because of only one incidence or sudden this COVID, it is not good at all. But I feel that we can see some kind of benefits of COVID also. Not benefit at all also. But this is one of the positive effect or nurtured effect of the COVID in higher education. There are a lot of limitations also. I'm not saying that everything is goody-goody. But there are a lot of limitations also. So when we are talking about distance education and online education, now the term is very popular, that ODL. ODL means open and distance learning. But now the O stand for online also. So see the important things regarding this major field in higher education is that all the policies, if you see, the first national policy on education in 1968. So in this policy also, the policy clearly mentioned about the part-time education, corresponding education. I remember my father was completed education through the corresponding system. He was a teacher. So the movement is not started yesterday. The things started in 60s. So distance education and corresponding education. I am not criticizing to all the things. What I'm trying to say that what is the benefit of this distance education? Now we can say online education also. See the history, see the journey, see the evolution of this term in higher education of Indian education system. In 1986, which is the major policy in India, after 1986, now we are talking about 2020, NEP 2020. But after 96, this is a major policy, and this policy is also mentioning about the open university system. And the result is that 1985, Indira Gandhi National Open University was established. Before it, the first open university is that Andhra Pradesh Open University in 1982. Then the rename is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University in nowadays. But the first university established in Andhra Pradesh. But at a large level, the Indira Gandhi National Open University was established in 1985. So the journey is positively working in the field of higher education. In 1992, this is the program of action. The reflection of 1986, that program of action is the implementation plan. And in this plan also, policies saying about adult education, lifelong learning education, open and distance education. Now we are not talking about adult education. Now we are talking about the lifelong learning education, because the adult education was the mission after the independence, because we need to illiterate all the masses after the independence. Then we completed this thing, middle 1980s. Then we started SSA, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyana, focusing on the children. Then near about we completed 100% achievement in SSA. Then in 2007, maybe I think we were talking about the RMSA, Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan. See, the journey of the Indian history education. First, we have a target group of the adult people after the independence. Then we have a target group of the children in 2004. Then in 10, we have a target of the RMSA, Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan. The adult, we can say child, adults and children. Now, almost we completed achievement in RMSA. We are starting about the RUSA. Now we have focus on a young or youth. So this is the journey in the Indian education system, and the role of ODL is very important, the entire system. Now this policy 2020, everyone is talking about NEP 2020. Everyone is, there is the very big aura is happening in nowadays in India. Everyone is talking, all the teachers, stakeholders are talking about the NEP 2020. This NEP 2020 also mentioning about the open and distance learning. In basically see that they are talking about liberal education, online education, and Savitribai Phule. Pune University renamed in 2014, ma'am. It's become a Savitribai Phule Pune. Savitribai Phule is the first teacher, first principal, first teacher educator, first mentor, first trainer of the modern Indian education system. And we renamed her name in Pune University, that now it has become a Savitribai Phule. So I remember the power of the woman is everywhere. And in the field of, basically in the field of teacher education, because yeah, apart from this thing, I have one question that now ma'am is there. What is the power of woman? Actually, mother, this is the tradition of Indian education. I visited number of countries and I found that teachers were working in school. But in India, basically women have a fond with working as a teacher. What are the reasons? I think students maybe give the answer. What are the reasons that girls want to become a teacher, or someone want to become a teacher. मैं अकेला नहीं बोलूंगा. I want to discuss with you. Otherwise, this is like a preaching or something. We have the Maharashtra is the bhumi of the Santa. We have a lot of Santa, and we have a Kirtan. Kirtan? Kirtan is one of the preaching program, ma'am, in the villages. One Baba. Baba means, how can I explain that? One kind of holy man who is preaching to all the gatherings at the evening. And people were listening, sleeping. So I don't like to do this here. So yeah, you can explain in your language, or anybody can translate also. एजुकेशन टीचर बनना अच्छा लगता है क्या? इधर हमारे जैसे मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया द नंबर ऑफ द टीचर्स फ्रॉम द women. Yeah, ma'am, you can also. What is the basic reason? How would you see? Please sit down. Please sit down. Yeah, right. Sense of responsibility, sense of belongingness, careness. It means not that we are not a care person, but we are also a care person. But it's a very noble profession. And some people, by mistake, some people thought that there is no physical work, so okay, it's fine that my mother or sister should become a teacher. No, not like this way. What you mentioned, this is the right way, that we have this kind of emotions. So to become a teacher, it is a big responsibility. It is not like to become an IT engineer in Pune city or Bangalore city. It is a very big responsibility. One of my teacher, yeah, ma'am.
Have participants online. So maybe if you raise any questions, we can request them also.
Yeah, right.
And just small interruption. I must welcome. It slipped my mind just now, but really welcome to Sir Professor Lumding, who's present here with us today to this technical session. Yes, sir, your presence is very encouraging, and yesterday we have heard your delivery. And so welcome, sir, to this, and also to all the faculty who are present here from the Department of Education Synod and all the students present. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So this is some history, and this is the establishment of Open University in India. So like already I mentioned that Indira Gandhi National Open University established in 1985. Dr. P.R. Ambedkar Open University in 1982. So there's a huge list. One of them is that Yeshwantrao Chauhan Maharashtra Open University, which is established in 1989 in Maharashtra. In Nasik, I am belonging from the particular city. So these are the good, the huge development in the field of distance and open and distance learning field education. If you see, if you visit the website of Distance Education Bureau of UGC, if you see regarding the focusing on Northeast area, that we have near about 4 to 5 open universities. This is a very good number, and this will be definitely helpful to enriching education in the society. Or we are promoting the massification of higher education through this open and distance learning universities. But when we are talking about at the same time online education also, so what I found that there is one one university is working on online education in Northeast area, Meghalaya something, not Meghalaya, but Arunachal Pradesh maybe, right? I think this is the one university which was established in this area. So now the progress is going on in the field of online education also. So the transformation of the traditional education into distance education. Now the transformation of distance education into online education. So if we see the traditional education, we have for example, now you are admitted in higher education institute, and you people are taking all kind of education with the help of regular attendance, getting some knowledge, information from the teachers, day-to-day lectures, and mentoring with the teachers. But apart from that, those are not able to attend the classes. Those are not able to getting the knowledge with the help of institute. They can be admitted, they can be take the knowledge, education from the open and distance learning education. This was the journey. For example, open and distance learning, if you see the characteristics that we have, there is no need to attend the classes in a regular mode, but we have a counseling sessions. All open universities, all open dual mode universities. That's for example, Savitribai Phule Pune University, dual mode university. And the the School of Open and Distance Learning is established in just before the COVID. So it is a very baby position. So in learner in ODL who specifically take the knowledge with the help of counselor, not from teacher. It is a counseling. There is no teaching. The role of the teacher and role of the students, not students, the role of the learner is very different in the open and distance learning. The teacher should work as a mentor, as a guide, as a counselor. And learner, it is not expecting that he can attending everything, but he get the information, knowledge from the self-learning material, which is provided by the all open and distance learning institutes. We have to provide the self-learning materials. And the role of the learner is that, what is the face-to-face counseling meaning is that the role of the learner who should read entire self-learning material, and whenever he has or she has a question, he can write down on the paper, on the books, particular books, because if you, the structure of the books is very different, not like regular books. Now I haven't any book, but there is a big space near to content, and learners should mention their queries on the particular space. And when they will have a counseling with the teacher who can raise such kind of the question in front of the counselor, and counselor should answer, or not answer, but counseling of all the questions. This is the face-to-face counseling. Then some practicals, for example, some program like Master of Arts in Psychology. This program has their own some practicals. So for the particular practicals, learners should attend the lab on Sunday or holidays. Printed SLM, already I mentioned that, self-learning material. Exam is like a regular exam which traditional universities conducting the system. We have some physical library also, because generally in the open and distance learning, university establish some center in some higher education institute. So the learner of open and distance learning who can visit the particular center once in a month or week, and getting some notes from the library and asking some questions to learner, so the counselor, and getting knowledge about examination and the notice, everything is it. Nowadays it is very easy to framing the WhatsApp group, Telegram group, Facebook page. But I would like to shifting over there, but I would like to mention this thing first before it. If you remember, that TV channel is starting by the UGNO, and I remember in 90s that countrywide classroom, very early morning, NCRT conducted this kind of sessions, I think so. Have you remember that countrywide classroom? So the teaching learning process is helping this thing also. Nowadays, people were talking about some with the help of audio visuals. We have, open distance learning, we can develop some CDs, some recordings. With the help of radio, TV, we can circulate this kind of content to the learner. But when we are shifting from open and distance learning to online learning, so this is very different way. For example, Uh, Savitribai Phule Pune University thinking about the MBA online nowadays. It is very difficult to start within a time, but we are thinking and we have some planning to start such online program. But some university already initiated in India, and they were talking about the online education, online programs, masters and bachelor also. In a online learner, important thing is that to developing the content with the help of technology. The enrollment in traditional education, distance education, and online learning is now increasing day by day. If you see, this transformation is happening in within the last 2 years. Learner wants to get easily all the information, all the knowledge with the help of such devices or such platform. The number of the enrollment or the enrollment entire in education system, if you see, since 2016, the first policy, and now 2019 to 20, near about 4 crore 28 lakh, near about 4 crore 28 lakh youth learner enroll in distance education program. Meanwhile, the number is less in last 18 and 19. But if you see the next figure, now this is the All India Survey of Higher Education record. Very soon we will get the record of 20 to 21, 2020 to 2021, last academic year. It is not available nowadays. Maybe I didn't get it. So this number is increasing in the open and distance education. So you can see the new pattern we can say. This is a new pattern. Students or learner now, society is attracting towards this online learning and distance education. In 2019 to 20, if we see the enrollment in various programs, for example, research or some academic program, for example, research, MPhil, PhD, now the number is 100, near about 100. And this number is increasing post-graduation, undergraduate, diploma, certificate and integrated. So, no need to attend the classes. This kind of thing is coming in the field of higher education. I mean, it is not a bad or good, but this is one of the trend. Because we can say learner want to learn with carrying their own responsibility. For example, a woman who has some responsibilities of the family, a person who has a responsibility of the family without leaving the job, who want to earn, who want to make some kind of degree in his or her life. So with the help of this distance education, we can say that this trend is becoming very popular. And because of this COVID or because of this transformation, because of the awareness, highly aware people in higher education or in society, people want to getting the degrees with the help of distance education. If I compare with enrollment in distance education and higher education, so satisfactory, we can say that the development and growth of distance education is good in India nowadays. Now my responsibility is how we can connecting with this entire distance education system with NEP 2020. If you see the NEP 2020 entire document, the paragraph number 3.5, which is the basically focusing on curtailing dropouts rates and ensuring the universal access of education at all levels. So, for that purpose, NEP 2020 focusing that, see, if you see the entire indexing of the policy, entire objective or aims of the policy, everywhere you can see that open and distance learning playing the important role. To achieve the universal access of higher education at the all level, policy is saying that with the help of traditional education, we need to take some support from the open and distance learning education, and with the help of NIOS, with the help of open universities, with the help of dual mode university. Already I mentioned that Indira Gandhi University is purely open university. Savitribai Phule Pune University is the dual mode university. National Institute of Open Education, it is one of the central institute which is providing the education to all the learners. Those are not able to attend the classes due to some financial problem, socio-economic problem. So NEP 2020 is also mentioning that with the help of ODL, we can achieve the gross enrollment ratio in higher education in India. In the same next paragraph, 9.3i, it is also mentioning regarding the quality universities and colleges. Establishment of universities and higher education institute in India in the light of quality, that we can be the make a good sense in quality with the help of ODL, through the ODL. So increase the access, equality, inclusion in higher education with the help of online education and open distance learning, we can achieve our GER, gross enrollment ratio. So for the quality education also, for that particular objective also, open and distance learning and online education will be helpful to us. In this line, if you see the Sustainable Development Goal point 4, which is mentioning by the UNESCO, for that particular achievement, the institute will have the option to run the open distance learning education and online program, and thus such institute should provide all kind of education to the learner in order to enhance their offering, improve access, increasing gross enrollment ratio, and provide opportunity for the lifelong learning. So achieving this objective also, 9.3, the paragraph is also mentioning that open and distance learning is one of the way to achieve the gross enrollment ratio. When I had a discussion with Professor Samar regarding my presentation, he mentioning that how the NEP is supporting through. That's why I'm trying to light on these points, because it is already in the policy. But at a glance, I'm trying to focusing on it. Towards the achieve the holistic and multidisciplinary education. The holistic and multidisciplinary. Nowadays, we are talking about the multidisciplinary. We are talking about the interdisciplinary. We are talking about transdisciplinary. So words are coming like waves, and so as a teacher, sometimes I am confused, sir, how can I play with this word? So, but it is our responsibility to understand such kind of missions which is given by the government of India for all the teachers. So, as a responsible teacher, that to achieve the holistic education and multidisciplinary education, as a learner, as a teacher of open distance education, open distance learning, we can achieve this objective also. Open distance learning, ODL, and online education provides a natural path to increase access to quality in higher education. So policy is very strict with that. To enrich the, we can say, to increase the access in higher education, ODL is helpful to us. ODL program will aim to be equivalent to the highest quality in classroom programs available. In last month, UGC already published one notice, one circular, that all ODL programs are equivalent with the traditional programs. Sometimes what happens, some learner get the degrees from the Open Distance Learning Institute, universities, and when they will have their own interviews, that time people were asking the comparison between the two degrees. So some relaxation is happening with the help of UGC. UGC mentioning both degrees are equal. There is no problem with the degrees. Yeah, I know. I have 20 minutes. I have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yes. So 9:30 to 10:30. So yes, yes, yes. I will utilize definitely all my time. So I face a lot of problem throughout, but I am utilizing. So what my concern is that to the equivalence of the degrees is very important in the point of view of the society and learner, because institutes are coming in a large way in the society. But as a learner, I should be happy when I am taking the degree or diploma from the institutes like ODL. So it is equivalent nowadays. This output is because of the NEP 2020. NEP 2020 published in 2020, and the letter is the output of this policy. So policy is implementing in India. This is the first time in India happening that policy. What I remember in 1986. What remembering means what I learned, that we spend a lot of time. 1992, we are trying to implement all the practices which is mentioning in 1986. For example, the assessing school education. All programs, those are all programs, courses, curriculum, basically designed for the ODL. They are supporting to achieve the global students quality through the ODL programs. Another one is that for the vocational education, the policy is mentioning the possibility of offering vocational courses through the ODL mode will also be expanded. Regarding teacher education, nowadays in India, there is no distance learning program in the field of teacher education. I think only in IGNU and open education, they have a Bachelor of Education. But all Master of Education, MEd, is shut down through the distance mode education. But policy is mentioning that we can try to start as a blended mode. So this is another supportive paragraph 5.23 is mentioning we can start the teacher education program or ITEP program through blended mode approach. We can say blended mode approach. This is one opportunity for the teacher education institute also. In the online education, now the government of India is talking about the SWAYAM. SWAYAM is the big mission developed by the government of India, Ministry of Education. That SWAYAM, the long form SWAYAM is very interesting. If you see that, study waves of active learning for young aspiring minds, SWAYAM. This SWAYAM is a very interesting journey of the SWAYAM. In 2011, people were talking, ministry were talking about the SWAYAM. 2012, the guideline was developed. In 2013-15, started development of the e-content. And 2016, almost some content was developed. And it was 2017, Swayam MOOCs, Swayam Prabha started in India. So for online education, I finish about the distance education. At the same time, I would like to discuss about the online education. In online education, now all universities are talking about the online programs, apart from the distance education. Now dual mode university like Savitribai Phule Pune University. So development of the content, it is very important in nowadays. And with the help of these 4 quadrant teachers, all the teachers from higher education, I think number of teachers are enthusiastically involved in this process. And with the help of 4 quadrant, all teachers were developing their own programs. I'm not going in depth like what is the 4 quadrants. This is a e-tutorial, e-content, web resources, self-assessment with the help of technology. So all things with the help of these things, we develop some programs. Savitribai Phule Pune University also developed some ARPIT program, annual refresher program in teaching. For example, refresher course on teacher and teaching in higher education. Fortunately, university gave me responsibility to develop this program, and I developed with my team. So we developed 2 programs. One is that teacher and teaching in higher education. and leadership and management in higher education. Both Arpit program was developed with the help of SWAYAM guidelines, SWAYAM funding, and run successfully through the SWAYAM platform. I'm happy to share with you that this is the second largest program in India. Near about 6,400 teachers, students enroll for this program. Not from the India, from the across the globe. Some from USA, some from US, UK, European universities. So this is the largest, and successfully we implemented this program. Second cycle is going on with the help of SWAYAM. Why am I saying this thing, that online education is the one of the option. It is open for to all the learners. And regarding this thing, if you see all the coordinator in the SWAYAM, for example, AICT, its responsibility to develop the program for the technical education. NPTEL, responsibility to develop the program for the engineering education. UGC, responsible to develop the program for graduate education. CC, it's for the undergraduate education. NCRT, basically, NCRT is doing very good job in the field of school education. They develop a lot of e-content material for the school education. NIOS for school education and dropout school education. IGNU is for the out of the school students. They are developing very good programs for the learner. Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, they are developing management program through the online mode. NITTR, developing for the teacher training program or technical education program. So all the central institutes responsibly, they are developing different kind of the programs to all the learners through like online education, blended mode education. So this is the entire development in the field of higher education. What I remember that when I recruited as a teacher, if you will be recruited as a teacher, we have some important condition to complete one refresher course, to complete one orientation program before 4 years, I think so. And due to lot of workload of the institute, some teacher will not able to attend face-to-face program. So this kind of online refresher, online orientation, online faculty induction program helpful for all the teachers those are not able to attend the face-to-face program. So this is a good opportunity. What I am saying that traveling, learning is also important, but nowadays it is very difficult to attend face-to-face everything. So these are some examples or initiative taken by the government of India and state government. E-Gyanakosh, Gyan Darshan, Gyan Dhara, Diksha, E-Adhyan, E-Pathshala, E-Yatra, free and open softwares for the education and all things. SWAYAM, E-Shodha Sandhu, Shodha Ganga for the research purpose. It is a very good activity done by the UGC. SWAYAM Prabha, Vidva. So all this initiative taken by the government of India to enrich the higher education aura. So what I want to learn, everything is available. So nobody can say that, no, I want to this kind of, I want to learn liberal education. It is not available. You can visit the SWAYAM. You can see some programs are available for the, so no need to, I think so, no need to go every time for Coursera and TEDx. These are also good thing, but SWAYAM is also competing with the Coursera, TEDx and edX and TED programs. So I'm saying that India is also doing good job in the higher education with the mission of SWAYAM. And this SWAYAM is not only for the in-service people, it is SWAYAM for the learners also. Those are enrolled in traditional higher education system. They can also complete their 20% credit with the help of SWAYAM. This kind of guidelines also provide all the universities in India by the UGC. It means a student can also earn 20% credit with the help of SWAYAM. I would like to share, ma'am, in Department of Education, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, we have one course, open course. The name is that open course. For example, there are a number of courses from philosophy of education, psychology of education. There is one course, it's open course. There is no objective, no content. It is a blank. Then we announce to the students what you want to learn. So within 1 or 2 days, they can sit together with the teachers, mentors at around them, and they decide today in this semester we want to learn dance education or music education, and accordingly we design the program as an open course, and we providing all kind of material, teaching materials and lectures and assignments in particular area. Last year, students opting swayam courses under the open courses. They completed one course with the help of swayam, and Pune University is supporting to us, and we use this credit for regular degree. So this kind of practices is happening in India nowadays. I would like to share one example regarding this online program. We have a collaboration with Northeastern University, Norway, University of Oulu, Finland, University of Latvia, University of University of Hamburg, University of Chitkara in Chandigarh. So we have a exchange program and exchange of the students. Ma'am, last year, 2 students came in India from the Norway, and they completed 1 semester in India. We provide 1 certificate, and the certificate they use for their complete program in Norway University. Last month, my 2 students, a PhD students, they visited in Norway, completed 1 week program, and they earn 4 credits. So the exchange among the students, this is happening in Pune University. Then next week, in the month of January, not next year, 20 students coming from Norway and Finland to complete 1 semester in India. And next semester, our 20 students will visit to the University of Southeastern Norway and University of Oulu in Finland. So this is a blended mode program. Some programs, some courses completed with the online education, and some courses completed through the face-to-face. So blended, they are completing their Master of Education. So you can take the admission for the PhD in Pune University. So you will have opportunity to visit in Norway or Finland. I am not marketing my university, but this is opportunity. Okay. These are some challenges in front of me and in front of the ODL. Those are learners in the field of education. That policy framework, already I discussed with the sir that human resources, there is no direct infrastructure, but IT infrastructure is important in a open distance learning, because to establish e-content studio, it is very important part in open distance learning. So this is one big challenge. Accreditation of online and distance learning program. Nowadays, the NAC is thinking like this way, and in Maharashtra, first time Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University is Open University accredited by the NAC. So nowadays the accreditation is going on, but it is one of the challenge in front of the institute, leadership and management. So this kind of the challenge in front of us, but with the help of government, with the help of some NGOs, with the help of some experts in the field of higher education, we will definitely overcome these challenges, and we can definitely sustain in higher education system. And this ODL is always supportive system to the higher education in India. These are some materials, whatever links available, all kind of policy and supportive document for my presentation. I hope I done my job in front of such learned professors and teachers and students. So if any question, those are attending online or those are attending here, so I would like to give the answer of this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
These are some connections, so you can easily Twitter.
Yes.
So I am also fond with the social media. It is for the basic purpose of the education. This is important thing. So yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Jadhav. I think we will take the questions at the end after all the speakers are done. Thank you for that very, I would say, very comprehensive and detailed presentation, which, I feel you have enlightened each and every one of us on, the advancement in ODL And in fact, you have taken us, through the journey of ODL, how initially government of India had, put in a lot of effort for for advancement and improvement of ODL. But, it is only with the onset of the pandemic that, technology has really taken a lead in this case. And you have also indicated about, the enrollment in distance education, how through the years the enrollment has increased, and in fact today it has run in lakhs, and it is expected, I think, to increase more because of the flexibility that is being provided to all the learners. And then you have specified about NEP 2020 and how the ODL can be strengthened and has been emphasized by NEP 2020. And where this open distance learning plays a very important role in meeting the objectives of this new policy, NEP 2020, in all the levels and all sectors of education, specifically for increasing the gross enrollment ratio. And you have also pointed out that, how the increase in access to quality universities and colleges can happen through ODL. And even vocational education can be revamped through this open distance learning. You have also, specified on teacher education, where, this policy NEP 2020 has actually emphasized or stressed that, teacher education programs, even like ITEP, which is new to us, where it can take place in the blended mode. So that is very, it has given a kind of an enlightenment and insight to all of us. And how you have indicated that, Swayam is a platform, and I must say it is a very authentic platform where, there must be more takers for, the different programs which are being offered through Swayam, especially to the young faculty here and the young students here. You should take full opportunity of this and not miss, And then you have talked about MOOCs, the 4 quadrants of MOOCs, how, that these programs are, and how the development of content through these 4 quadrants can take place. And then you have also talked about the refresher course program through ODL. And you also have elaborated and indicated to us about the success that you have had in your university. Then you talked about, these national coordinators, which have played a big role in content creation, and how that you have also specified on the flexible learning pathways through online, which government of India has really taken the initiative. And and today also I know that many of our teacher education programs have really got themselves admitted and taken advantage of these programs and got themselves trained and so on and so forth. And finally, and then you also narrated to us, which is very nice, you talked about how you had indicated just open courses in your university, and how students had come about. I feel that too we can also do, and students can make that option, and the programs can be laid out and specified in such a way. And your exchange programs with countries in the West, that is also there. And of course you ended with some of the challenges of ODL, for which, funding is very important, the infrastructure and the policy framework. So thank you very much for that very, very comprehensive, very interesting, presentation. And we will take the queries at the end. Thank you very much. Also welcome our next speaker, Dr. Wanda Shisha Milimngap, who is currently working in the Department of Adult and Continuing Education, Northeastern Hill University, and has been serving, I must say, the department for about over 17 years, and has has been holding carrying out different assignments in different capacities of the university, has publications, has been, involved with the research of PhD research of scholars, and also is a member of, different committees in the university as well as at the state level. So I welcome you, Madam, to the dais, and the time is yours. And the time now is 10:52, so we have about maybe 25 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry. 20 to 25 minutes, and then we will have our next speaker. Thank you.
Professor Sim, Ma'am Sungo, Mr. Professor Lungdim, Professor Jadav, and all teachers from Education Department, Synod College, students and everyone. Well, I will not take much of the time. I just want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity. As you've seen, the theme of this seminar is NPE, National Education Policy 2020, the way forward. Okay, and the topic that has been given to me is on adult and lifelong learning. So I will just stick my talk to the slides so that, I can complete it within the period which is given to me. The topic that is given to me is on adult and lifelong learning. Well, when we ask, many students, we used to have many students enroll every year in our department. And then when we ask them, have you ever heard of adult and continuing education? Most of them, they have not heard. Okay, so what is the reason for that? We will discuss. And so for the benefit of those students who are here today, from the college, I have just taken one definition of adult education. Okay, this definition is widely accepted globally. Okay, it is a definition given by UNESCO in 1975, which says that the term adult education denotes the entire body of organized educational process, whatever content, level, and method, whether formal or otherwise, whether they prolong or replace education in schools, whereby persons regarded as adults by the society develop their abilities, enrich the knowledge, improve the technical and professional qualifications, and bring about changes in their attitude and behavior. So from this definition, we can see that adult education is not limited only to 3 hours. It is more than 3 hours. So we also see the changing concept of adult education from one period to another. Okay, initially it was only civic literacy. Then later, the concept changed to basic literacy. Then it changed to development literacy, then to functional literacy. Okay, we see these changes in the concept of literacy. Now, to understand better what adult education is, let us just look at the goal. The goal is to increase the quality of life of an individual and enable him or her to realize her full potential for self-realization. Okay, number one is for self-realization. To raise the standard of living of the families, communities, societies, and nations, to promote peace and communal harmony in the multicultural global village, and to enhance the pace of development and welfare of the individual nations and the international community as a whole. So when we look at the goal of adult education, we see that the goal also differs from one country to another country. Okay. in India, we see that the term, it's limited only to 3 hours. Whereas when we look at other countries, we see that the term includes further education, it includes continuing education, because adult education in other countries does not refer only to the adult illiterates, but it is also mean for the educated ones, for those who are holding, who are working, for all the educated people for that matter, okay, those who want to pursue more education, those who want to opt for other courses of study for their own self-realization or sometimes for their personal interest, okay. And the characteristics, now just in short, okay, I'll just go in short. It is purposive, it is community-specific, culture-specific, need-based and problem-solving, participatory, flexible and relevant. It is experiential, welfare and development-oriented. It is goal-oriented. It is learner-centered, systematic and flexible. Now, when we look at these characteristics of adult education in the Indian context, it is limited. It is limited. Sometimes I can't understand why. It is always limited to those people in the rural areas, those who are not educated, those who do not get a chance for further studies. Okay, so because it is participatory, then it is culture specific, community specific, it is purposive. Now, before going to, as we see this one, the way forward, okay, before moving forward, I think it is better for us to look back, okay, so that we know where to go forward and how to go forward. Now, when we look at this historical development of adult education in India, I will not go back to the pre-independence period. I've taken only from the post-independence period to the present. We have seen Government of India has implemented many adult education programs, right from post-independence period. We have social education, which was implemented in 1949. Then we have community development program, which was implemented in 1952. We have the Gram Shiksha Mohim, which is implemented in 1957. Then Farmers Functional Literacy Program, which is implemented throughout the country in 1967-68. And then there came a big program after that in 1977-78, which is known as the National Adult Education Program. This is a mass program which is implemented throughout the country. And then after this, we have the launching of the National Literacy Mission in 1988, with the implementation of the Total Literacy Program in 1990. The first one being implemented in Kerala, in Ernakulam district. And after that, it was the same model is replicated and implemented all over the country. Okay. So when I look at this NEP, at adult and lifelong learning, lifelong education in the NEP, I saw that, anyway, we'll come to that later. Now, when we look at all these programs which has been implemented, we see that there has been little improvement in the literacy rate in the country. Okay, there has been little improvement. Now, with every increase in the literacy rate, we also see there is an increase in the number of illiterates in the country. There is also an increase in the number of illiterates. So the reason for this one is because of population explosion, number one. Then number two, it's because those who were made literate, again, they relapse back into literacy. So these are the two reasons. And then another reason is that, many of these programs that were implemented in the country, they were short-term program. I will not say short-term, okay, but then the program were implemented within a stipulated period. This is the time to start the program, and by this time you have to close the program. Whether the program is successful or not, that is not the concern, okay? But you have to complete the program within this time. So, when the program is within a stipulated period, we witness that, not much way can be made, okay? The second is, the reading material, Okay, the reading material that is prepared is not suitable to the needs and interests of the adult learners. Okay, sometimes it is, when it is not suitable to their needs, you find that learners are not interested in learning. They are not interested. Why should they spend their time coming to the class and spend their time on anything which will be of not much help to them? Okay, because adult learners, they are the one, learners who wants immediate application of anything. What they learn today, they will apply tomorrow. So when the material is not suitable, naturally you'll see that somewhere along the line, the program failed to succeed. And then another one is lack of trained adult functionaries, Okay, now before 1978, okay, there was, this is one of the important problem, which adult education face, because those who has to work in the field, they have no knowledge of how to work with adult learners in the field. They have not learned about adult psychology. They don't know, they have that, bureaucratic attitude that they are know-all, and these adult learners, they are illiterates. So that is one of the reason, lack of trained adult functionaries and even lack of trained adult education officials. Okay, and the next one, well, there are many, weaknesses of those earlier programs. And so when we look at these programs, the latest that was implemented, we have the Sakshar Bharat, which is implemented in 2019 in Garu Hills. And then we also have the, PAD, how do you pronounce that? Yes, Parna Likhna Abhiyan. Okay, Parna Likhna Abhiyan. This program is implemented in the district of Ribhoi district. Okay, in Ribhoi district. So we see that the government has spent a lot of money. It's not that the government has not spent any money. The government has spent a lot of money, but not much importance is paid to all these small issues which can lead to the success of the program. And now when we look at all these, when we look at all these programs that were implemented in the country, we see that there is a change in the concept of literacy. Now the change is from basic literacy to civic literacy, then to functional literacy and development literacy. Okay. Now this functional literacy is the concept which it is a concept, which has really proved itself, okay, because when they introduced this concept of functional literacy, earlier we said that basic literacy simply means acquisition of 3 R's, okay. Now the learners find that this is a futile exercise. Why should they come to the classroom to learn how to write letters? So that's why they bring this term functional literacy, that means literacy which is applicable in their day-to-day life. Okay, as I have said earlier, that learners want immediate application of learning. Okay, so they introduced this concept of functional literacy so that the learners could gain something by coming to the classroom. And even the approaches, even when we look at the approaches in the implementation of this program, we see that the government has adopted different approaches: the selective approach, the area development approach, the mass approach, and the campaign approach. Okay, the selective approach, just a little bit, the selective approach is when they take a specific target groups for literacy program, like the farmers group, the women's group. Okay, this is called the selective approach. And the area development approach is when they adopt the whole area or the whole district to implement all programs of literacy, post-literacy, continuing education is concentrated in that particular area. Whether this area is adopted by the university or by the colleges or by the state government, it is concentrated in that particular area. Okay. Then we have the mass approach. This mass approach is adopted in the 1978 program, where it is center-based approach. Okay, it is a center-based approach and it is implemented in the whole country. And then later we have this campaign approach when the total literacy campaign was implemented in 1990. Now, When we look at this, okay, I have discussed about this. Now coming to lifelong learning, because the topic that is given to me is adult and lifelong learning. So for the sake of the students, let us just go what lifelong learning is all about. Lifelong learning means learning that takes place at all stages at life circle. It can be experiential, it can be incidental, it can be formal, it can be informal. It is learning that takes place, at home, at workplace, in the community, in the family, anyway, okay? Even experiences also, experiences which helps us to learn, those also are considered learning. So lifelong learning is universal in character. It provides equality of access to education for all at any stages of life. Now, when we look at today's world, okay, we find that lifelong learning is very important, okay, is very important. Now, why lifelong learning? Formal education acquired during childhood is not adequate. Sometimes it becomes obsolete. We cannot get a job with just the education that we got from school and colleges. Okay, there are many nowadays. Even I just told the students that now we are giving smart board in the university. Okay, but none of us know how to operate that smart board. We have to lock, we have to unlock, then how to open. Then we need to sit, in the class, get this training from the expert to learn how to work on that smart board. Okay, so that is lifelong learning for us. Even for teachers also who, if we buy a new phone, with so many features, many a times, in fact, we do not know how to use those features. We need somebody else's help. So, that is lifelong learning for us. So lifelong learning can be both formal and informal, and any kind of learning for that matter. So that is why the concept of lifelong learning is now visualized as one of the aims of higher education. Okay. Lifelong learning is now perceived as a doctrine for development to gain skills and remain employable throughout an individual's life. And it's not only for employability, it is also for self-actualization. That's why we have these, individual interest promotion program. Those people who attended these programs, they do not need the certificate to get a job. In fact, they just attend these programs to satisfy, a course on floriculture, a course in arts and music, a course in painting. All this is to satisfy their own interest, not for them to get a job, okay? So that is lifelong learning. Now, coming back, as Mr. Jadav has already mentioned, I've just put a little bit here. See, the ever-increasing enrollment in open universities is an indicator of the need people feel for lifelong learning. Now, many, they have enrolled themselves in open universities, not to get any certificate. Some of them is to acquire degree. Some of them is to get a certificate so that they can apply for jobs. But in fact, many of them, is just to satisfy their own interests and needs. Okay, I know this person, I'll tell you, I know this person who has received so many certificates, attending online classes, not only from IGNOU, but also from universities across the country and across the globe. Well, this person is holding a responsible job. He has got a good job. He has a family. He has everything. He need not look for, for a higher job anymore. But still, his desire to learn, okay, the desire to learn and the willingness to learn and the readiness to learn. This is what prompt him, for lifelong learning. Okay. Now, the Centers for Continuing Education and Distance Education, open in many universities and institutions, were meant to meet the lifelong need of different target groups. The emphasis in these initiatives was on providing opportunities for further education and training to those who already had a qualification and were working in different institutions, organizational setups. Okay, so Now, I think this is too small. As per NEP Guidelines 2020, when I go to NEP Guidelines 2020 on adult and continuing education, I saw that the vision for adult and lifelong education is successful literacy programs result not only in the growth of literacy among adults, but also result in increased demand for education of all children in the community, as well as greater community contribution to positive social change. Okay, so the vision of NEP 2020 is to see that adult literacy or adult education or program of adult education should have an impact on the enrollment of children in school. And it should also have an impact on community participation so that positive social change can be brought in the community. And then the 5 types of program under adult and lifelong learning are foundational literacy and numeracy, critical life skills, vocational skills, basic education, continuing education, which would help in increasing literacy and building holistic and democratic individuals who can bring social change and development. However, to meet or fulfill these objectives, empowerment of grassroots functionaries, including establishments of new or remodeling of existing institutions, is one of the novel steps that can be taken. Now, NEP 2020 has also mentioned on the flexibility in the curriculum, and then the easy access to quality teaching and learning material, which is a big challenge. It is a big challenge, okay, because in the state of Meghalaya, we see that the one who is in charge of preparing this reading material, teaching reading material, is the SRC, the State Resource Center. Okay, it is the State Resource Center, and then some are also being prepared by the state government. But then the main material which is being used in these literacy programs are prepared by the State Resource Center. And you know, from our department, I'm very much involved in the preparation of these reading materials, and so we see that people do not have access sometimes because it takes a long time. You know, due to fund allocation, sometimes it takes a long time by the time we get the material ready and by the time the material is distributed to the rural areas. So people do not have easy access, okay? And then suitable instructors, educators, and trained and qualified prereqs, participation of community members, especially the grassroots administrators, are important but needs to be monitored and incentivized. Then involvement of parents, of school children, then the use of digital technology. These are what has been given in the NEP Guidelines 2020. Now, for states with a large, you know, I'm also a member of the National Curriculum Framework for the state of Meghalaya. And then some of the discussion that we have had with regards to adult and lifelong learning, I've just put in just a little bit here. For state with a large majority of tribal population and as in Meghalaya, and being a prioritized group as per the new India literacy program, the establishment or setting up of state open school, adult education department as a separate autonomous body and headed by expert in the field is a priority, as it could help adult learners in non-formal institutions and centers to achieve their educational dreams and an opportunity for continuing education. You know why am I saying this? Because till 1977, you know, most of those officials who work for adult education, I think even Mr. Lungdim also would agree with me, those who are from adult education, you know, those who work for adult education, they are officers being deputed from the government, officers deputed from the government who have no knowledge. They are administrators. They know nothing about adult education. And then to take up, you know, to work, to take up the work of adult education, it is a missionary work. People have to have a heart to go to the field and work to these people, even to plan for them. Okay, so we need expert to work in the field. And then even in the state of Meghalaya, as well as in other states, we see that the implementation of adult education program is being carried out by the district administration. Now, how much the district administration can do? The district administration is already heavy with its own workload, and this is just an additional assignment which is given to them. So, we need a separate adult education department, adult education department, who would take up, because as per this NEP 1990, they want to implement adult education program. So, we need to have a separate adult education department to take up the matter. And even, the university also can be of help. The university also can incorporate together when it comes to providing human resource, when it comes to providing reading material and other types of help that is needed. Then, considering the weakness of the earlier program, well, we have discussed, I have just a few suggestions to make here. Considering the weaknesses of the earlier programs, if adult and lifelong learning, as spelled out in NEP 2020, continue to be a time-bound program, it's bound to meet the same fate as the previous adult education program. Okay, it will never work, because people who work, those who are working, the adult education functionaries, the adult education functionaries, maybe some of them are volunteers. I mean, they are appointed just for a short time. So, they will not work wholeheartedly in any program. Okay, if the dream is to be achieved, planning for adult education should be long-term. Because adult education is also along the continuum. We have formal, informal, non-formal, and adult education together. If the state wants to progress, adult education have to be given importance. Okay, and adult education should be long-term with continuous follow-up program, and continuing education needs to be strengthened. Why I'm putting this continuous follow-up program? Many a times when the first stage...
Madam, sorry, if you do not mind, if you can wind up also, because of the
I have to wind up.
Time. Yeah.
I've finished. Okay. See, when the see why we need continuous follow-up program. Now, when budget allocation is made for any literacy program, they made only for the first stage, okay? And then when the first stage is completed, they have to prepare a report and send it to the center. And by the time, they finish with looking after the reports, and then again another budget allocation, 1 year time has passed, sometime 1.5 years or 2 years time has passed. By that time, those adults who were made literate, again, they have relapsed back into literacy. So you see, this is the problem that is facing. That's why budget allocation can be made together, in the first stage when they made budget allocation for literacy implementation. At that time, even for post-literacy program, budget allocation can be made, and also for continuing education program, okay? Then the curriculum can be based, on occupation or group of people, like farmers literacy, women literacy, workplace literacy, family literacy. Then material can also be prepared on the basis of its purpose. Now, it is scientific literacy, civic literacy, political literacy, department. There are different types of literacy, okay? Sometimes we think that literacy is just acquisition of 3 R's. But there are many types. Now, I may be educated, but I may be literate in so many things, okay? I may be illiterate. So, then social concerns like health literacy, electoral literacy, gender literacy, and financial literacy. So for implementation of a successful program, all these things need to be taken into consideration, so that people who are interested in that particular literacy, they can opt for that, because the program has to be flexible. And then the approach, it should be outcome oriented, and it should be application oriented and learner centered. And then role of the community need to be maximized. The role of the community, all youth organizations have to be taken into consideration. Then even religious institution also can be taken into consideration in the implementation of the program. And then, okay, at higher education level, more emphasis is given in the curriculum for skill development, okay, for skill development. Now, the Department of Adult and Continuing Education, for the last 6 to 7 years, we have already incorporated in our curriculum component of skill development, okay. We have, like guidance and counseling skill. Then we have community organization skill. We also have material development skill. Now, there are colleges, who have felt the importance of this material development skill, because whenever they go for extension program, if they want to take some material to the field, they cannot take the material which the educated are using. They have to produce, they have to, bring out some other material which will be suitable for those learners in the field. So many colleges, they have come to us, to have a workshop on this material development, so that students in the college, they can prepare their own material whenever they go for extension education, into the rural areas. So if the goal of lifelong learning is to be achieved, human resource development is important, is vital to avoid wastage of funds and resources. Adult education is absolutely necessary for survival of adults at all age group in modern society. Learn or perish has become the order of the day, and adult and lifelong learning is one, well, I will not say it's the only, I will say it is one of the solutions to survival, growth, development, and welfare of individuals, families, and societies and nations at large. See, all of you who are sitting here, we all need lifelong learning at one stage or the other. We cannot say that we do not want to learn. We need not learn anymore. We cannot claim ourselves that we have learned enough, now we need not learn anymore. We are learning every day. And there are still many things that we need to learn in lives so that we can meet the challenges of our day-to-day life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanda Milunga. And really apologies because you had to rush and, you had to wind up your presentation. But I must say that, you have impressed upon us, the audience, on, the role and the significance of adult education and lifelong learning, and how that this concept, that there has been a change in the concept of literacy, where it does not refer only to the 3 R's, but to the different aspects, like, the skill development is very important. You have touched upon, you have stressed, I must say, on the vision of NEP 2020 for adult education, and how this has had an impact on the enrollment of children and community participation. You have stressed on the 5 types of programs, which emphasizes on lifelong learning for adults, the flexibility in the curriculum, the access to quality education, quality teaching learning materials, and how the participation of community members is very important. You have also narrated about, the state curriculum framework with regards to Meghalaya, where you said that, the state open school or adult education, as an autonomous body should be, a priority, and it should be headed by experts in the field. And you have also emphasized on the need for having a separate department, adult education department, even taking the expertise from the university for the successful implementation of the different programs. However, you have also pointed out, some of the weaknesses of the earlier programs, for which, one is the budget allocation, the lapses in that, and how if these programs are going to be time-bound, then definitely, if NEP 2020 is also time-bound, it's going to jeopardize the real principle, the spirit behind adult education and lifelong learning. And you have concluded by giving, the suggestions which are very important, for which one of them is that it has to be application oriented. And then the need for community participation, and as rightly emphasized by NEP 2020, it has stress on community-based, and also the different kinds of, the skill development, which connotes to, guidance and counseling skill. Then you have the community organization skill and the material skill. And finally, you concluded by saying that adult and lifelong learning is maybe one of the solutions for, a sustenance, or for, I would say, for a sustainable future, as well as for development, welfare of individuals, families, societies, and nations. Thank you, madam. It was a very comprehensive presentation, yet so precise. And I would say it was very nice and sweet, short and sweet, and gave us, many insights to all of us. Thank you, ma'am. And we will take questions at the end of the session. Thank you very much. Now we have our next speaker. We have M. Khare, the head department of Educational Finance, Nepal, New Delhi, and Madam will be talking on reimagining vocational education. I warmly welcome you, ma'am, to the technical session, and I hand over the time to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Due to some constraints, I could not. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. We just did a sound check. Ma'am, you are audible. You may start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank the organizers and the chair for giving me this opportunity to be interacting today. Also, my apologies for not being able to join in person due to some commitments back here in my university. But I would love to join you all in an online mode, and I hope that the technology doesn't play any terrence here and we are able to stay connected throughout. Am I still connected? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. No problem. Yeah. Bruna? Brune?
Ma'am, are you audible? Hello, Professor. Hello, Professor Khare. Are you audible? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yes, you are audible, and we may start again. Sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem. No problem. We can all understand how technology. There's a lot of at my end. Is it fine?
Your PPT is on.
There's a lot of
Ma'am, your PPT is being displayed in the screen.
Okay,
And
okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Okay, with no
You
disturbance.
may carry on. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And is the PPT also visible?
Yes, ma'am. The PPT is on. We have displayed in our screen.
Okay.
So yes.
All right. So, thank you very much for this opportunity, and sorry for this inconvenience that has been caused because of my inability to join you in person. But I'm very happy to be with all of you together and be discussing and sharing some of my own experiences and thoughts on a very pertinent issue which has been emphasized on the National Education Policy 2020, that is on vocational education and skill development. So today I would phone out my presentation with me. I will very briefly talking about the National Education Policy 2020 initiatives. But then I would focus on the need and challenges of graduate employability, which are closely linked to the proposition of vocational education in the higher education sector. This section will draw largely upon a study which we have conducted at the national level on the graduate employability issues of higher education graduates in the country. I will also be discussing some of the strategies and ways which have been adopted by various the new education policy in order to implement some of these suggestions made in the policy in right earnest. So this is how I thought it would be a good way to connect the national education policy with the current problems, and then look at what can there is a lot of disturbance. I hope I'm clearly audible at the other end.
Ma'am, in fact, I think you have two systems on in your place. If you switch off one of them, I think it's very audible this side. The echo is coming from your side. Yes,
is it so?
Yes, ma'am.
I have not logged in the systems, but let me just power off my phone. Is that
And
fine?
ma'am, yes, it's fine now. And ma'am, we request you if you can wind up by 12 o'clock. Thank you. Yes.
Sure, I will.
Thank you.
So if we look at the new education policy 2020, it is often quoted to be a unique, forward-looking, and also comprehensive, in a way covering all the subsectors of the education for the first time. Of course, it has been a long-awaited one. But what is more important about this policy is that it is more holistic as compared to the earlier policies. It talks about multifaceted development of students and to a very, very emphasized manner, the integration of knowledge with skill development, which never existed before, as these two sectors were running in silo. Also, if you go by line by line to the policy, I think there's some echo issue from the other end only, because I don't have any other instrument even close to myself in this room. But anyways, I hope the disturbance is not hampering the presentation at the other end. Hello? Hello?
No, it's fine, ma'am. You may go on.
So if we look at the policy, we can see that it draws upon the United Nations Child Rights SDPP framework, which talks about survival, development, and protection, and these four pillars, into policy. The policy also reflects the global education development agenda as has been enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goal, which says the SDG 4, which says to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So two important words over here, equitable and inclusive, and quality and lifelong learning opportunities. And this is how the National Education Policy 2020 can be seen to be built on four pillars: employment, 35, ensure equity, that a larger definition of socioeconomically disadvantaged groups now being incorporated, so as to also for the first time include transgender students, to include gifted and talented children, to be given specific emphasis, in addition to the traditionally gender, socioeconomically disadvantaged, ethnic communities, etc., etc. The key relates to excellence, which is now the outcome-based measuring parameters in terms of quality and learning. And the fourth, very important, which relates to our topic of discussion, that is employability, which became a prominent part of the planning agenda in the country only after the 12th five-year plan. So we can see that the new education policy is moving forward from access to quality and learning parameters, from teaching to skills and research and innovation, and also internationalization, not at home, but abroad. So these are the few important dimensions of the national education policy which guide us further. Also, there are certain specific principles on which the NEP 2020 is based. The more important ones that are linked to our talk today refer to recognizing and identifying and fostering the unique capabilities of each student. So it is talking about every student to be included in the learning environment, both academically as well as non-academically. It for the first time talks about multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, and skill-based education, where the emphasis is not only on cognitive skills, but also on non-cognitive skills, all kinds of personal, attitudinal-based skills like ethics, honesty, time management, etc. It is also based on extensive use of technology to be able to reach to the unreached population. And very importantly, it respects diversity and local context in a big manner to be able to include it in the entire learning process, and how this can also promote vocational education and skill development is something we shall see in the forthcoming slides. So if you look at this new wave of linking education to work, what do we see is why this became important, particularly in the new age era after the 1990s, was because of the emerging labor market needs. And it was found that a large number of studies rather proved that higher education has evidence for higher salaries and also for better quality of job being available for the graduate population. And that was the reason as to why globally, after the MDGs 2015, there was a shift in focus from elementary to higher and vocational education systems. In the 18th Commonwealth Education Ministers Conference, where I was also part of drafting the next lines for the SDG 2030, and it was emphatically stated by the United Nations in 2001 itself that employability should be made one of the important priorities of every nation's policy action on youth and employment. And it is from here that the importance of generating a set of achievements, skills, understandings, and personal attributes that make graduates more likely to gain employment and be successful in their chosen occupations, which benefits themselves, the workforce, the community, and the economy, became major goals of national policies across the world. Now, there are 4 things that you can see over here in this very definition of employability, which was given by York in 2004 and later in 2006. 4 words to which I would like to draw your attention to. These skills are those skills which do not just help the graduates seek employment and grow in their employment or grow in their careers, which will benefit an individual. But there is also a need to see that it benefits the entire workforce, the community at large, and the economy for growth. And it is here that we need to incorporate all these kinds of skills in the learning processes in the university and colleges. So although employment and employability are often used as interchangeable terms, but if you look at the basic definition of employability, it refers to individuals' preparedness for the world of work incomplete. And this incomplete is something which requires not just gaining skills at the elementary level, that is the basic skills, but all the time upgrading and reskilling oneself to be able to sustain oneself in the work environment. So sustainable employability skills are very important to be generated at the university college levels for 2 reasons. Because of the kind of industrial revolution, the pace at which not just the 4th, we are now entering the 5th industrial revolution is taking place, and which is leading to some kind of a skills revolution, the pace of which is unprecedented. So the rate at which the new skills are getting demanded by the market is something to which it becomes very difficult for educational institutions to respond to relate to, and that is where the challenges lie. So, and why these challenges become even more intense in a country like India. So we are all aware that we are a young country where about 34.33% of our population is youth population, but we will not be able to leverage this demographic dividend if we do not pay attention to skill problems, skill development now. Also, it is important for us to remember that although India has achieved a reasonably high rate of growth in the past and is also limping back to relatively better rates of growth post the COVID scenario as compared to other developing economies, but still our employment growth rates have been pathetic. But in the coming years, our workforce is projected to increase by 27% to reach approximately 600 million by 2022, end of 2022 that we are in. Also, we need to remember that a large number of our youth population has also fallen out of employment in this past 3 to 4 years, and these figures are likely to increase only in coming years. The third reason as to why we need to focus is the skewed job market growth in our country. So it has been projected that 60% of increments in jobs in our country are going to be in the services sector, with manufacturing and agriculture taking a downturn, and more so for the higher education graduates, because the aspirations of the higher education graduates is also to join these 60% of jobs which might come in the service sector. The fourth factor which may kind of guide us towards the making a change towards vocation-based education at the higher level is the fact that labor market demands at local and global levels are going to converge very soon, with liberalization and globalization processes becoming stronger, with the personal capital economic exchange, the means of exchange becoming easier. It would be the kind of scenario what would emerge is that whatever jobs may not be available within the country, but there may be a lot of demand outside the country, and we need to know about these demands. The next very, very critical challenge that we face today is the poor learning outcomes and employability of young graduates. I'm sure all of us are aware about the skill gap reports which have been published by various organizations, wherein the first alarm bell was raised by the report by FICCI, which said, McKinsey report, which said that not even 25% of our college graduates are employable in the engineering and technical colleges, and this percentage is much lower, to be of just 10% in general education streams. So the whole challenge is about how to make our higher education system responsive towards new demands of this work-based education. So as of now, if we look at the higher education sector and try to compare it with the demands that have been put by the employer segment, then we can find two kinds of imbalances existing, both on the demand as well as supply side. So what are these imbalances? Currently, the graduate workforce is concentrated in very limited sectors, prominent amongst them being finance sector, community and personal services, trade, restaurant, hotels, etc., etc. While the sectors which are low on graduate employment include agriculture and allied sectors, the construction, transport, quarrying, manufacturing, etc., etc. And if you look at some of these sectors, in terms of the projections that have been made for the jobs in future, one can find there is high incremental demand going to be in sectors like auto and auto components, building and construction, textiles and clothing, transport and logistics. But unfortunately, these are not the sectors which are high in demand by the graduate population. And how we can make them realize and become interested in these sectors also becomes a big challenge. So we can see that there are kind of two-way mismatch that exists. The available jobs lack matching skilled and qualified youth, and sectors which are high on growth are not demanded by the educated youth. So both these kind of mismatches need to be plugged in. So there are threefold gaps which have been found to be existing amongst our college graduates. This again comes from our study, and these are awareness gap, perception gap, and skills gap. And how do we define them? So awareness gap is in terms of what are the skills that are going to be in demand in future. Now, what normally happens is the choice of a subject or a discipline of study is determined by past. So whatever was the demand by the employers in the past years, in a way, guides the students towards making choice of their subjects of study. Therefore, it becomes extremely important in today's era, where the labor market demands are very dynamic in nature, that future skills that are going to emerge should be known to the students as well as teachers and the leaders in the higher education sector. Perception gap. What we found was it so happens that what the students and teachers perceive to be important skills from the point of view of seeking jobs are sometimes not considered as important by the employer segment. Let me give you a small example to explain this. So in one of our conversations with the senior HR executives, we found we had one of the skills as foreign language skills, and the students as well as teachers had put up this skill on their priority.
You have this 8 minutes.
Yeah, I will wind up in next 5 minutes. So the perception gap is such that the HR executive had put foreign language skills at the bottom of the index. Now, this is something that also needs to be looked at when we are planning to open up courses in the universities and colleges. So taking into account what the employers, the local employers, the regional employers are going to demand is also important. Skill gaps, of course, we all know about this, and I don't think I need to elaborate upon them. But the only thing that I would like to draw your attention to is there are three kinds of skill gaps which were identified. The first one under the category of knowledge and technical skills, the second under the category of functional skills, and third under the category of personal and soft skills. Now, as per contrary to our belief, the employers were reasonably satisfied with the first part. They were relatively less satisfied with the functional skills, but then they said that these are very industry specific, and mostly they are taken care of by the industries themselves, the employers themselves, once the students are on board. But it is the personal and soft skills which the employers are extremely worried about, and it is these kinds of skills that they want the higher education institutions to focus upon. These were the kind of some distortions. I will just skip this slide. And coming to what can be the strategy for the coming years, we all know that the new education policy has suggested the education to become more holistic and integrated. It is talking about building a continuum, providing multiple exit and entry points, integrating skills and general education, experiential and work-based learning to be the guiding force for all our endeavors. So if we look at the skills panorama that exists in the country today, we have the National Skills Development Corporation, NSDC, which was formed in 2008 under the PPP mode as the umbrella body. And under this, there are several formal and informal ways of providing skills training to the youth in the country. We have the formal university and college centers, we have informal training institutes, and we have separate vocational education centers. So as of now, it is extremely disjointed, uncoordinated, overlapping, and uncontinuous. But the proposition is that under the NSDC, all of these can come together and then work towards achieving the goals. Now, if you look at the kind of expectations that the employers have from the higher education institutions, these can become our guideposts to open up programs and courses, and also to integrate skill-based learning with our existing traditional courses and programs in the institutions. So if you look at these are the 7 expectations that they have. Include practical experiences, include sector-specific work placements, industry experience, to teaching faculty, which doesn't exist at all, make courses more relevant, industry personnel to be invited as part-time or adjunct faculty, facilitate variety of relationships between graduates and companies, and increase the duration of internships. Now, these were some of them that were stated by the employers. Now, these can be the steps then that the institutions can take in order to achieve the target of vocational and general education to be more integrated. However, we cannot think about taking all these steps simultaneously. So every individual institution has to decide to open up in a phased manner. But what is more important is to have a vision, mission, a perspective plan with priority setting for what is it that you can do in the beginning, and clear-cut guidelines as to how we can achieve it. And there can be 5 heads under which every institution can think of taking steps, beginning with restructuring the entire system and pattern, the curricular reforms, the extracurricular activities, infrastructure and support services which need to be developed, and multi-stakeholder engagement. So under these 5 heads, what are the which various ways can be undertaken is something that I will be talking very quickly in next 2 minutes. So restructuring, as we have already seen, how to open more multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary departments in the centers and departments in the higher education institutions, so as to focus on application and experience-based learning, on-the-job training with specific job roles to become part of the courses under the professional guidelines from the industry segment, the sector-specific skills councils, which are now set up not only at the national level, but state levels, and even some of the districts have set up their own sector-specific skills missions. So how the institutions can link with them in order to devise courses and training programs. How we can also create space for local skill and knowledge building exercises, either being part of the curricular system, or whether it be a credit-based one or a non-credit-based one, but creating some kind of space for local skill and knowledge building. The program structuring to be of various nature, short, long, traditional, innovative programs. We all know that the new education policy now talks about various kinds of masters and undergrad degree programs, starting with certificate courses to undergrad program, master's program of 1 year duration, 2 years duration, etc., etc. So all of these can be thought about to devise innovative programs. Transfer of credits across various courses is something very important that all the institutions have to think about. The other component which the education policy also focuses upon is language. So courses which can be thought of at the local, regional, or foreign languages, which can provide an edge to the students. How the institution can provide for multiple entry and exit, and also recognition of prior learning of the students. For example, there may be students who have had some bit of a vocational training and then want to enter the academic streams. So how we will give them credit for the prior learning. Curricular reforms, I don't think I need to highlight much, because we all being in the system have been doing so, but there are more opportunities now by way of the guidelines that the UGC has already published. So I would recommend that each institution can go through guidelines as to how BVOC programs, even vocational universities are now in place. I will take just 1 minute to end.
Sorry, ma'am, may I request you to wind up, because we are behind time.
I'm just winding up in 1 minute. Extracurricular activities, of course, it is not just about establishing various clubs for skilling and upskilling, but identifying a set of professional life skills and sports, local handloom, handicraft, literary cultural fest, national integration fests, camps, student educational tours, very, very importantly, exhibitions and workshops with local craftsmen, outreach and community engagement. All of these are important elements of improving vocational and skill-based education. Infrastructure and support services, which are extremely lacking in our institutions of higher learning, which include labs, sports facility, incubation centers in partnership with industry, sector skills councils, libraries and student interaction arena, campus placement, career guidance cells, special facilities for Divyang, SEDG students, counseling, psychological mentoring, medical centers, and a dedicated office for industry engagement with local artisans and personalities of fame from the region and other stakeholders becomes very important. And lastly, how we can reach out to other organizations like the ministry, for opportunities of internships, learning, local industry, other higher education institutions, the NGOs, the MSME, institutions of specialized trainings like SEBI, cooperative training centers, banks, etc. All of this needs to be explored. And also, it is very important to see as to how the institutions can explore additional financial resources in order to assist the children from socioeconomically disadvantaged communities to pursue the vocational educational programs. And lastly, but not the least, the provision and facilitation of teacher training and skill upgradation. So this becomes very important, the industry-academia interface of various types. Since the time doesn't permit, I will not explain this slide much, but this is all that in the administrative side, we need to move from random to long-term and sustainable industry academia MOUs. We need to move from informal to formal ways. We need to move from the existing self-finance mode to sponsored or jointly financed mode. And we need to have a balance between teaching, research, and training with the industry sector. So that is the last slide where I need to just put in one word that it is a four-pronged approach that needs to be taken by higher education institutions to connect locally, nationally, as well as globally. And how what is this four-pronged approach? Every higher education institution has to see as to how it can interact and collaborate with industry and employers, with international and national higher education institutions of good repute, with society at large, and very importantly, with the alumni base who can provide towards improving the knowledge, acumen, and skills of the existing students. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I think because we are running out of time and we have one more speaker for the session, I think we will have just one question. Any question that can be put before Madam Kare? Any question for Madam? And if not, I will put it in the chat box.
Okay.
Okay, because we have another speaker, in the session. Any questions? Anyone? I think presently there are no questions, but I think I appreciate, Madam, the presentation, and thank you very much. You have touched on a very pertinent topic, employability, graduate unemployability, and, focus on the imbalances or the mismatch, for which, I hope that with the NEP 2020, this will be taken care of. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Now, may I request our last speaker for the session, and that is Professor S.M. Sumo. We warmly welcome you, ma'am.
Academic research is very common, and I think many of us know what academic research is. But the practical aspect of academic research is still is still at its infant stage, especially at the college level. And, when we talk about the National Research Foundation, this is also an organization which has been set up by the National Education Policy. Now, when we talk about this National Research Foundation policy, as you can see here, we have the mission and the vision and the mission. This organization was established in the year 1999. And as you can see here, the vision which this NRF has is to catalyze and expand research and innovations, thereby making India as a superpower. But I want to show the PPT because I want to finish it within how much time you give me? I think 15 minutes. What happened? All right, so when we talk about the vision here, the vision is very important for any organization. There's always a vision. For an institution, we have a vision. For a college, we have a vision. For a university, we also have a vision. So this organization also has its own vision. Now, this organization, NRF, is an organization which takes care of the different types of research which is happening in the HEIs. And, in the NEP, it says that India should become a superpower by 2040. I do not know whether this is possible or not, but I think if we all work together, and I think if the higher education institutions work together, we will be able to reach this goal. Might not be 2040, might be 2045, or it might continue. And the mission here with regards to the NRF is to provide some funds, some seed money for research purposes. And this fund or this seed money will be given to all higher educational institutions, irrespective of whether they are public or private or any other organization. So once they have this component in their institution, that is the research component, then, this NRF will be able to fund and give them some seed money. So this is the mission and the
the vision and the mission of the NRF. Now here, as you can see here, we have an objective. Now, unless you know the objective of this NRF, it is not, you will not be able to understand how it helps or how it will relate to the research purposes. So here, one of the main objective of this NRF is to fund these researchers to make discoveries, to get new knowledge, to enhance the knowledge which has already been there in various disciplines. So it wants to create a kind of a culture, all right, a research culture in all higher education institutions. So as we can see here, this NRF is to support and promote research through fundings, human resource development, provision of research facilities. So these are the three things that this NRF proposes: funding, human resource development, and provision of research facilities. Now, why do they have to do this? The reason is to facilitate this creation of knowledge. Creation of knowledge is very important. Knowledge in all fields, knowledge in all disciplines. So in these disciplines, different developments, different innovations can also take place. Like, for example, we have science and technology. We have seen massive development and innovations in science and technology. And this is how we can conduct research. And besides this, we have indigenous knowledge. Now, the research in indigenous knowledge is also very important. And these indigenous knowledge will also help in, making a rich culture. Because many times, when we talk about culture, we really do not know what exists within that culture. So, in order to be able to conduct these, in order to be able to do research in these different areas, we need some kind of funds. Now, this NRF is an organization which will help us to do this and support us in every way of our research. So by doing this, it will contribute towards the improvement of the quality of life of all the people. Now, when we talk of knowledge creation, now why do we need knowledge creation here? Knowledge creation is, very critical, and, it keeps on growing every day. And, once it grows, that means it relates to a vibrant kind of an economy which will uplift the society and also inspire many of the researchers in the nation, and also help them to reach greater heights. Now, we also see that there is a scope for NRF. Now, these are the main points of a scope here. I'll just read through. Play an active role in promotion and advancement of research innovation, promote basic as well as advanced high quality research, reshape and strengthening existing fragmented research structures, support outstanding peer-reviewed research, actively seed research, support vibrant and high quality research and innovation cultures, support research labs and other research organizations through generous funding, regulate and monitor research practices that must match with international standards, regulate a platform for debate and dissemination of research findings. See, when we look at the scope is very vast, but all these scope, as you can see, is encompassed in terms of research. So this NRF takes care of all types of research which can be done in all higher education institutions. And this is an opportunity for all the higher education institutions to take into cognizance. Now here, according to this NRF, we need a robust kind of an economic system where research is intensive. Now, in the national education policy, we have universities where research intensive, we will be having research intensive universities, of course, with teaching. We will be having teaching intensive universities along with research. And even in the colleges, autonomous colleges, we will also be having some kind of research. Now, so this research, when you want to conduct this research, what you have to do is you have to prepare a proposal. Now, this proposal will be analyzed, will be, evaluated by a peer team member. Or peer team members. So, the peer team will revise and they will evaluate your proposal in order to be able to get some funds. Now, when we talk about research, we have so many types of problems in our country. Like, for example, climate change, population dynamics and management, biotechnology, expanding digital marketplace, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. I can go on and on and on, giving you the different problems that we are facing in our country today. But, we as educationists, we as academicians should know what are the priorities in which research can be taken. So if we want India to become a knowledge hub or a knowledge society, we have to have significant researches in different fields like economics, intellectual, societal, environment, progress of nation, arts and humanities, and so on and so forth. All right. So, as I have been looking about the different, funds that have been allocated for research, as you can see here, India is allocating just 0.69% of the GDP, whereas in the United States, the GDP is 3%, China 2.8%, Israel 4.3%, South Korea 4.2% of the GDP for research purposes. So we can see that India is still lacking. So this NRF, the main purpose of this NRF is to give more funds for research. And these are the areas, main focus areas of the NRF. So as you can see here, we have various types of focus areas that I have mentioned here. And these focus areas, a lot of research needs to be done in these focus areas. And the results of these researches will definitely bring progress and enlightenment to the nation. Okay, so see, again, we have some societal challenges. Now in Meghalaya, for example, we have different types of challenges. I'm just mentioning a few here. Like clean drinking water, sanitation, qualification of education and healthcare, improved transportation, air quality and energy infrastructure. See, for example, here, what is the condition of our roads here? It's very bad. And we are always stranded with traffic jams, and we are always late. Many of us are always late for our jobs or to go to our workplace and so on and so forth. But, what we can do is we need to have some kind of, of exercise where research can be done in these various fields so that we can improve the situation that is in our country and that is in our state as well. So, once we find the solution, or once we've, let's say, identify the approaches to develop or to improve the situation, then we will be able to find solutions. So these are, the societal challenges needs to be addressed at the local level first. All right, that is very important. Now, why is it important for establishing this NRF? There are some reasons which I have kept here. One is to make India a knowledge hub. So research culture in every higher education institutions or organization is very important. Then to provide a reliable base of merit-based but equitable peer review research fundings and incentives. See, as I said earlier, you need to write a proposal. This proposal will go through this body, and once it has been approved, you will get the funds or the incentives. Then the NRF is also, the main purpose of the NRF, or the main reason of the NRF, is to recognize outstanding research. we are in the front with regards to knowledge development and also research. But then, we still lack in innovations. India still lacks in innovation. So we need to recognize those outstanding researchers which have brought about innovations to our country. And, the funds that we are going to receive from this NRF will be will be for all disciplines. Okay, there's no hard and fast rule that only one discipline will get the funds from this NRF. So all types of disciplines can undergo this process. Now, what are the four primary divisions of the NRF here? Now we have science, technology, social science, arts and humanities. See, in the new education policy, we have seen that all these four important subjects are going to be incorporated right from the undergraduate level. We have common courses, we have social sciences, we have natural sciences, we have humanities, we have technology, and so on and so forth. So students will be able, students are able to choose a variety of courses from these basket of courses which are in science, in technology, in social science, and arts and humanities. Now, this NRF will help even our students who, of course, we have the 4-year undergraduate program, isn't it? So this NRF will also help even students who are qualified to go to the 4th year for their research. So as you can see in the NEP, we have a 3-year program and the 4-year program for the time being. But in no time, all of the students will have to undergo the 4-year program. And in the 4th year, research component is very important. All students in the 4th year, that means in the 7th and 8th semester, the research component will be there and they will have to conduct research there. So from that point of view, we will try to tap the resources. We will try to tap the students who are really having that aptitude for research. And then, this NRF will also have, they can get opportunity from the NRF. Then these are the primary activities actually for the NRF. As you can see here, again, fun, competitive, peer review grant proposals, like I said earlier, providing seed money for facilitating research, fun research infrastructure. See, this is also there. Fun projects, support the development of enhancing skills through workshops, conferences, summer programs, support activities and initiatives for women and underrepresented groups in research. So these are the opportunities that we need to tap and we need to take, especially in the northeastern states. These are the opportunities that we need to grab. We need to be ready. We need to be prepared for conducting such research, because this NRF has given a lot of opportunities for us. The only thing is we have to set our mind. We have to change our mindset. Even in the colleges, even in the universities, we have to conduct researches which can bring about development of knowledge in our various fields. Then, these are the funding agencies. You can go to these agencies for funding. We have for science and for social sciences as well. See, we have the Department of Atomic Energy, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, private and philanthropic organizations, University Grants Commission, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, Indian Council of Historical Research, Indian Council of Medical Research. See, these are the funding agencies that we can contact, or the higher education institutions can contact. When I talk about higher education, it means both universities and colleges, okay? So these are the major funding agencies in the NRF. Now, we have a model here. There's a model also which is known as the Multidisciplinary Education and Research University. This is known as the MIRU. Now, this is of three types. One is focusing on the world-class research and high-quality teaching across all disciplines. So you will see that this will occur in the research-intensive universities. All right, so this is the first type of university which the national policy has suggested. And then we have the type 2. This will emphasize high quality teaching across disciplines as well as strong research contributions and at the undergraduate level. So see this, we have the second type of university, that is the teaching intensive university, plus the research component is also there in the teaching universities. Then we have the three type. We have the autonomous colleges. When we talk about the autonomous colleges, most of the colleges now are constituent colleges or they are affiliated to the university. But, you know, gradually all these colleges needs to become autonomous. So we will have to work on that. So all the colleges will have to work to become autonomous. Now, once you have that autonomy, you will be having the administrative freedom, you will be having the academic freedom, you will be having even the financial freedom, and you will be having the freedom to have any course you want. Okay, so this is there, and this is also the recommendation of the NRF. And then you know, for those colleges who are not able to reach that autonomous level, they will still be considered as a constituent you know, college under a university. So, you know, in all these three types of universities, we can have these types of researchers. Now, we also have these integrated research and academic programs. Now here, of course, in the curriculum structure of the UGC, of course, the curriculum structure, the draft curriculum structure of the UGC has been prepared in such a way so that it will, you know, it will encompass what is recommended in the national education policy. So here, continuing with a 2-year master's program, with the second year devoted totally to research. This is one. This program will be available to students who have completed a 3-year bachelor's degree. So if a student completes 3-year bachelor's degree, they can go to a 2-year program. And in this 2-year MA program, 1 year will be devoted just for research purposes. Okay. Then second, students who complete a 4-year bachelor's program with research will be eligible for a 1-year master's program. So if you're a graduate from the 4-year program, you will have to undergo just 1 year of master's program. But this 1-year master's program will be totally dedicated on for research. Then we also have a 5-year bachelor's degree, master's with research, degree masters with research, which research could offer. A master's degree, a 4-year program degree with research is required to pursue a PhD. See, now there are two options here. A 4-year graduate student with research can go directly for PhD if he has publication, if he has a score of 7.5 CGPA and so on and so forth. But if he wishes, he can go from the 4th year, he can go to the 1-year program of the MA and then go to PhD. So there are options, you know, there are varieties of options here. So a student can choose, you know, if he has the aptitude for research, if he is able to, you know, conduct himself well, and if he's able to do well with publications and show an aptitude for research, he can go directly to the PhD level. Another point here which the NRF talks about is faculty productivity. This is very important. How many faculty members are productive? We should be very careful with this because now the NEP has also stressed on faculty productivity. This will be based on, for promotion, it will be based on merit. Then they will have to perform annually. Okay, there should be publications. There should be, you should be, you know, attending conferences and also seminars. You should also have extension programs and so forth. See, we have the API scores here. So these are the indicators. So you'll have to also see if you want to you'll have to see how to fulfill them if you want to get promoted. Now, research and publication of patents is also very important. Then contribution to intellectual property. So this is the kind of, activities that a teacher in a college or a faculty in a college or higher education institutions, and not only of course college but also university, can reach productivity and can also provide research productivity. So faculty productivity is also very important, and unless the faculty works together, it'll be very difficult for us to create India into that culture where research culture is at the top of the academic level. Then, we have publications and patents here, institution publication unit, okay? So here, even a student can also go for publication if he or she has done their research work. So this NRF, is open to all types of, all types of research, whether it be research work, a project work, or publication, you can go for all this and you will get that support from the NRF. Now, we also have project evaluations, intellectual property rights generation. So it is strongly recommended that the National Research Foundation monitors the outcome of the study projects it funds. So if you get some funds, they will definitely monitor and supervise how you go about in this research work. And then, we can also establish, the institution can also establish a national research credit bank of all NRF members who receive financing in the form of an open public document for their research. So all researchers can also go to get a credit, and this credit can be transferred to this National Research Credit Bank. Then we have an accreditation assessment, and instead of giving scores for a number of projects received from NRF and other funding agencies, the accountability of the output is more important. So accountability of the output of those projects is important. And this is where we need to be very careful when we give our, our presentation. Now, these are the two, I've tried to compare these two, the National Policy 1986 and the National Policy 2020, which I thought will be helpful for you. One, let us go first to the 1986 policy. To research in the National Education Policy 1986, research in the National Education Policy 2020. So you can read this and then you can see the difference here. Let's go on. I think I need to read. 1986, to provide preliminary research experience, a 1-year research degree leading to MPhil in any area is available. Now, according to the National Policy 2020, this MPhil is deleted, okay, it's eliminated. As students are exposed to preliminary research throughout undergraduate and postgraduate courses, a 1-year research degree leading to the MPhil in any topic has been eliminated. Because why? Why is MPhil eliminated? It is because we have exposed the students right from the college level, that is why it has been eliminated. Then to become an assistant professor in 1986, to become an assistant professor in any of these 3 types of HEIs, you must pass your NET or SLET exams and have a master's degree. But what is happening now? What is happening in the 2020 national policy? To become an assistant professor in any of the 3 types of HEIs, a PhD is required. Okay, so if you want to become a college professor or a college teacher, you need to have a PhD along with a passing score of NET or SLET. Passing score means for general it is 40, and for the unreserved, for the reserve category, it's 30. So that is, you keep in mind, and you will surely, see the difference here. Then research funding in the UGC or other bodies is mostly for universities rather than colleges. But now what is happening here in the NEP? Based on a fair appraisal of the study proposal, research grants from the National Research Foundation and other organizations will be allocated equally for all the 3 types of HEIs, which I have already mentioned to you. Then research techniques and core subjects related subjects are a part of PhD programs in the coursework of 1986 policy. Whereas in the 1920 policy, it says that the PhD program's coursework includes research methodology, teaching, and curriculum building, as well as core subject related research. Lastly, there is no reliable and systematic financing sources for universities and college research. Whereas in the 2020 policy, the National Research Foundation will be established to support competitive and creative research proposals from all fields. So you can see the difference here. The difference is tremendous. And, the NRS is giving you a lot of opportunities, not only in the universities, but it has come down to even the college level and seep down to the students as well. So if you are interested in research, you can you can go through this website, and I have a document here which relates to the NRF. And this is published by the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration. So if an institution wants to get this research funding, you need to go through this document so that you'll be able to understand how to go about it. Now, the last slide. Now, how do we implement the NRF here? Now, first of all, we need to know the roles of the NRF here. Promote culture of research cross-discipline, create an ecosystem of gender-inclusive and socially economically inclusive research, providing funding of HEIs at all levels, ensure the benefits of research which reaches the downtrodden segments of society without delay, and extend support to government departments vis-a-vis their research needs. So you can see here, this is the major role of the NRF, and take advantage of this. I want you to take advantage of this. Now, what are the functions? Fund the research proposals through short-term and long-term grants. Okay, this is important. Establish highly specialized research labs. See, you can even establish research labs in your institutions. Establish and support research centers. See, this is also another area where you can, establish yourself as an institution. Support and fund doctoral and postdoctoral students. See, that is what I said. It also caters to the students who are interested in who are interested in research. Then bring in synergies between the stakeholders and research groups. Create a mechanism of monitoring and mid-course corrections. Strengthen the linkages between universities and the counterparts of the global level. Catalyze research in HEIs and institutions that have hitherto not been players of research. And lastly, build the capacity to do research through institutionalized mentoring mechanisms involving expert researchers across the institution. So, from this presentation of the 17 to 18 slides, I'm sure you've got an idea on how the NRF works and how the NRF will benefit you. So I would like to suggest that each and every institution takes into cognizance the different strategies, the different steps that you need to follow in order to get these funds. See, it has already promised you that a lot of the funds will be given to all proposals which has been accepted by the peer-reviewed members. And then after you've prepared that proposal, then you will get a lot of funds in order to conduct research. So this is an opportunity for institutions. And I hope that the presentation which I have given you just now will be helpful to you, and it will be, beneficial to you. Of course, I have so many other things there, but then since the time is short, I have just, tried to summarize, and I have just tried to, give the basics of the implementation of the NRF. Thank you.
Congratulations and a very big thank you to Madam Sungo for giving us a very, the presentation was such a good presentation, I must say. Was so much of clarity. I think you have enlightened us on this national research funding, which is so important and so pertinent in the present day context. Ma'am, you have touched on, just be very brief, on the objectives of NRF, and the main objective is, funding the institutions for creating a research culture in these institutions. You have talked about the scope of NRF, the robust ecosystem of research which is, required, the funds for research, and she has also made a comparison between the nations, where India stands. The percentage is, I think the lowest funding of research in comparison to North Korea. And that is why you can see the big difference in terms of development also of these nations. Madam has also touched on the focused areas of research where, agriculture is one of them, medicine, art. And she has also emphasized, about the societal challenges that we have in the country, in the state, and how these can be researched, how these can be addressed. And so research is required to address these issues. You have also stated on the reasons for the NRF, and for which, you have very clearly pointed out, to make India a knowledge hub and to give recognition to outstanding research, and for which, NRF will fund research in all disciplines. You have also specified on the primary divisions of NRF, and which is, caters to all, I would say, all the disciplines, for which I feel students can choose and must take advantage of. And you also touch on the primary activities of NRF, which has really been pointed out to us and presented to us with clarity. And you have also specified that so much has been offered to the people of this country, and what is required is a change in mindset of each and one of us. Then you also elaborated on the funding agencies which are responsible for the enhancement of research, and also you talked about the Model Disciplinary Education and Research University, MERU, and where you talked about the three kinds of universities. You have the research intensive, you have the teaching university, and also the autonomous degree graduating colleges. And you also, finally, you talked about integrated research and academic programs, and you spelled out all the different, and how that students can take advantage of getting into research by, completion of the different courses at, different years that has been specified. You talked about faculty productivity, which is very important, and what are those activities that can be taken up by the faculty. Then publication and patent is also very important, for which, you are recognized and you are given especially the different, recognition and the scoring for that. And you also talked about accountability of the output. You may do anything and everything, but yet finally you have to be accountable, for which is one very important aspect. And you have shown which you have made a beautiful comparison between the 1986 policy and the NEP 2020, and the big difference and the offer which is being given to each and every one of us in this new policy. Finally, you ended with on a very beautiful note, and that is on the implementation of strategies, where you talked about the roles of NRF as well as the functions of NRF. Thank you very much, ma'am. I think we have really benefited from your presentation, and many points have been, I feel, have more clarity even to me as a chairperson. Thank you, ma'am, once again. And at this time, I think we can have one or two questions before we wind up for our lunch break. We had our first presenter, Dr. Jadhav. Then we have Dr. Milamngap. Of course, she has left because she has an assignment. We have, Professor Khare was online, but there were no questions were raised. And we have Madam Singor. So if you would like to, put a few questions to our eminent speakers presently, before we wind up for lunch, and then, we go on to the next session. Anyone? Yes.
Ma'am, the question is for Ma'am Sumo. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the presentation. I very much agree with what you've said, that we have to, when we look at research, we really have to concentrate locally, look at the problems that we are facing, and come up with a suitable suggestion. Mostly, ma'am, when you talk about the problems of problems of road, problems of traffic jam and all that, yes, maybe as researchers we come up with the suitable suggestions, but then these suggestions will have to go to the government. The question now rises, will the government do something with the suggestions that we give? Ma'am, what do you have to say with regards to that?
Well, thank you for the question. Actually, all researches that we have conducted, they should be implementable and it should be practical, especially when we give the recommendations. Now, these are very important. That is why I mentioned that, accountability is very important. The output is very important. Unless we make it practical, we cannot just force the government to do things which is not really practical. So when we conduct our research, we need to see what will be really helpful and what are the priorities which needs to be done in order to bring about change in the society, change in the state, or change in the region as a whole. So I cannot vouch for government accepting or rejecting the recommendations we make, but more we have to make our presence felt. We need to publish. See, I also mentioned about publication. Publishing or research is also very important. Writing articles in journals, giving, our findings, or, providing our recommendations to the government is also very important. Most of the time, especially at the university level, I think our professors here from the university can also agree with me that most of the researches which have been done in the departments are not being disseminated to the government or disseminated to others, because many of our students, we need to give or motivate them to be to publish their work, and many of our students still needs a push from the guides or from the teachers in order to bring about this transformation. So, when we give our recommendations, when we do our research, it's not necessary that you give all the 5, 6 or 10 recommendations that you have. You just see what is necessary, what will be the effect if that recommendation will be, taken by the government. And you also need to see
what will be the outcome if the government takes out that, if the government works on that recommendation. This is just what I want to say. But then, we as researchers, we have to do something in order to be able to help the government accept what we have found out. So I think by doing this, if we all do this, maybe even if the government follows 15 to 20% of what we have recommended, that will really be helpful.
Thank you, ma'am, for that response, and for De Grisha for answering the query. So do we have any more queries here? So I think we can close, but I also would like to acknowledge Professor Shrikant for your presence here in this technical session. And as Madam rightly pointed out, yes, as researchers, we have to continue. And whether government implements or not, one thing is that whether it is practical or not for implementation. And also another thing is we have to keep on, as researchers, we go on writing. One day, I think a time will come where it will be recognized. Like, I'll just take a few minutes. If you have seen the movie on, there's that movie, I've forgotten the name, where this person, he was a banker who was convicted for a false conviction for, assaulting and killing his wife. Now, he was put in jail. I've forgotten the name of the film, but a beautiful movie. And what happened was that he was given, because of his being a banker and had such high credentials, he was given a role in the library. And when he went to the library, he saw that there were so few books and, that kind of thing. So what he did was, he wrote letters, to the government. He wrote letters to equip them with the library. It was not responded. I think he went on writing, and finally truckloads of books came. So I feel that, yes, here too lies the answer, where as researchers we go on, and one day I'm sure that, your solution will be recognized. And for which, even Professor Srikant, always you will find that his, articles are always, published in the newspapers, giving awareness, I think, to the community. And I'm sure that has pricked in the minds of government, where one day, sir, I think they will have noted your arguments and your publications, sir. And I'm sure that it will be implemented. Thank you so much, I would say, to all our eminent speakers for today, and for the rapporteurs and all the participants here. And I hand over the time to Dr. Sin.
Okay, now we'll come to the end of the technical session 4. I would like to thank the chairperson, Ma'am ICM, for sharing this session. And also I would like to thank all the paper presenter for giving a wonderful deliberation. And also I would like to thank all the participants and also those who join us online. Now we'll break for lunch. I'm going to be back here by 1:30 sharp. Thank you, everyone.
We welcome all of you once again. I request our students to kindly felicitate Professor H. Shrikant, Dr. B.R. Dakkar, and Dr. Benjamin Lingdor. I now give the time to you, sir, to kindly chair this technical session.
Very good afternoon. I welcome to all of you in this technical session. Those are joined online and those are here in front of me. In this session, we have 4 speakers. All are the stalwarts in their field. I welcome to all of them on the behalf of organizer. First, I would like to introduce Professor B.R. Dakar. She is a professor in RI Shillong. It's very good that I am also the past students of RIE, and whenever a person from RIE met anywhere, so we have some another feeling. Professor Dakar, she joined RI in 2004 in RI Bhubaneswar, and then she is working here in RI Shillong. Her specialization area is teacher education, educational psychology, guidance and counseling. She has published a number of research papers in international national journals. She presented papers at a national international conference also. The person who is who has a background as a educational psychology, I feel that such professors are really innovative because they had understanding about the human psychology, human behavior. Such big personality in front of us today. She is also authored of a book, which is well-known book, that cooperative learning. And nowadays, UNESCO is also focusing on the issue of cooperative learning in school education. So by heart, I welcome to Professor Pierre Dakar for this technical session. We have another speaker, Dr. B.F. Lungdo, who is associate professor in the Department of Tourism and Hotel Management, NEHU. Near about 50-year experience in the field of tourism and management. His specialization is HR management, marketing, tourism. So he is affiliated with some noble organization in India, life member of Indian Commerce Association, Indian Tourism and Hospitality Congress, Northeast India Congress and Management Association. He has a number of international national publications on his credit. He presented some papers in an international conferences and workshop. The another speaker is that Professor ICM. I think there is no need to make an introduction of this great dynamic Professor ICM. She is from NEHU, Department of Education. And we have one legend here in Professor H. Srikanth. Professor H. Srikanth is a professor in the Department of Political Science in NEHU. You can imagine that 30-year experience, near about 30-year experience in the field of political science, completed number of doctoral and postdoctoral research. His specialization are political theory, political economy, ethnicity, indigenous and border studies. He earned several awards in his credit, but specifically, if we would like to know that, Shastri Indo-Canadian Faculty Research Fellowship in 2005, Association at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla in 2009 to 2011. He is associating with number of academic affiliation like member of Indian Academy of Social Science, Indian Association of Canadian Studies. He is the member of, and he has number of responsibility on his shoulder from the various institute like NEHU, ICSSR, UGC, even in Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, New Delhi. So I welcome to all the speakers, and I request to first Professor Dakar, who present and let us in his way. Thank you. I think we can sit there, yeah. Sir?
Very good afternoon to one and all. Thank you, Dr. Vaibhav Yadav, for that introduction and also for sharing this session. I will also like to thank the convener, Dr. E.B. Majau and Dr. B. Sungo. So thank you for inviting me to be part of your two-day seminar on NEP 2020, A Way Forward. It's a very relevant topic, NEP 2020, and it's an in-thing in the field of education. At present, we are talking about the NEP 2020. And what is very important here is, which has been highlighted in the theme, or in the topic itself, is a way forward. So that is very important because implementation part is very, very important, because there are so many good recommendations which NEP 2020 has recommended. So we have to, wait and watch and see like how much we can implement them. So I will start my presentation. So the topic which has been assigned to me is on the curriculum and pedagogy in schools. That is, we'll be focusing on holistic, integrated, enjoyable, and engaging. It's here? Okay.
This one.
Yes, no. Okay, I'll be focusing on school education, what NEP 2020 has recommended regarding curriculum and pedagogy at the school level. So let us begin, and briefly I'll just highlight on the vision of NEP 2020, which reference to school education. So this policy proposes the revision and revamping of all aspects of educational structure. That's why we will find that there is a structural change also in the school education, that we will see in the next 2-3 slides. What is this change in the structure, including its regulation and governance? There will be a change to create a new system that is aligned with the aspirational goals of 21st century education. So when we are talking about 21st century education, it leads us to the 21st century skills, which means that we have to equip our students on these 21st century skills, which is very important. And these 21st century skills are briefly the learning skills, the literary skills, and the life skills. Under learning skills, we have the 4 C's, and under literacy skills, we have the IMTs, and life skills, we call it as flips. So let us see what are the major recommendations of the NEP 2020 with reference to school education. So as I've mentioned in my first slide, there is a structural change in the school education, the structure. We have the 10 plus 2 plus 3, which we follow at present. Now we'll be having the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So the school education now will be like, we will be starting from the foundational stage. Then we will have preparatory stage, we will have middle stage, and we will have secondary stage. So 5 years of foundational, 3 years of middle or preparatory stage, 3 years of middle, and 4 years of secondary education. So the curricular and pedagogical framework also will be changed. So it is in this document that the pedagogical aspect has really been highlighted in the NEP 2020. Not only the content, but the pedagogical aspect too. Then again, in NEP 2020, the emphasis also is on the ECCE, the very first time, where it has really focused on the early childhood care and education. That is why we have 5 years of foundational stage, 5 years of foundational, years, which means foundation is very, very important, because if the foundation is strong, the later part of education also will be equally strong. So that is why it's very important to emphasize and to the importance of ECCE. Then we have competency-based education. So we have moved from content to competency. We don't want our students to only be to be competent only in content. We have to make them to be competency. That is why NCERT has also developed the learning outcomes, at the right from the elementary level, secondary level, and higher secondary level. So these learning outcomes also are in line with the competency-based education. These learning outcomes will be making the individual to be competent. Then we have flexibility in choice of subjects in secondary classes. Yes, we'll be having a new curriculum shortly, the school curriculum. And there will be a basket of, subjects, we call basket of subjects, where students can choose, can choose in whatever area. There will be varieties of, of subjects. Then there will be also no hard separations. No hard separations means there will be no hard separations with art, science, and commerce. There is no hard separations. Why? We are talking about there should not be any hierarchy of subject, we say, there should not be any hierarchy of subject. That's why we say that it should be no hard separations between the streams. Then reduction of curriculum to core essentials, very, very important. We want to reduce the curriculum and we want to emphasize more on the essentials learning which are essentials, learning which are not, promoting competency to the students, that will be cut off, it will be reduced. Then holistic progress card. We are talking about holistic assessment. NEP 2020 do emphasize on 360-degree assessment. We are talking about assessment for learning. Assessment for learning, where through assessment, there will be learning which will take place. Learning, assessment for learning, not assessment of learning, assessment in learning. So that's why there will be change with the assessment, which NEP also, emphasize, like we'll be having peer assessment, we'll be having self-assessment, teachers assessment. We'll be having the holistic progress card, a progress card which is holistic in nature. Then, to bring about holistic assessment. Then, reimagining vocational education. Yes, if you see, the NEP 2020, if you have, I think most of you have read, pre-vocational education will start from class 6 onwards. From class 6 onwards, there will be, the children will be introduced to pre-vocational skills. Why? Because we want our children to be skillful. Education has to be based on skill development and entrepreneurship skills, which is important at present. Then identification of core skills and content. What I've been, from content to competency, we have moved, and multilingualism. So we are talking about mother tongue, medium of instruction is mother tongue. We are talking about 3-language formula. So multilingualism and integrating knowledge of India. The 2 C's skill, which has been mentioned in these life skills, and ICT education. That's why we have the ICT integrated pedagogy too. Nowadays we are talking about blended learning too. Then the major life skills, which is one of the 21st century skills, Inclusive education, including needs of gifted children. So the gifted children has to be identified, identified early. And there can be also a grooming and encouraging the talent. Identification of talent has to be early. That's why those who have gifted can be promoted in that particular area which they have gifted. Then experiential learning, we'll talk this when we are talking about the pedagogy. So experiential learning includes integration of arts and craft. We have art pedagogy. We are talking about toy pedagogy. How do we integrate, toys, even local toys can be integrated while teaching. Toy pedagogy. Then well-being, health and well-being, sports and physical education. Then backless days from class 6 to 8. Backless days. There will be 10 backless days annually where we can expose our children to different enriching activities. With these 10 backless days means children will not come with school bag to the school. Instead, you can take them to visit, say, museum, higher education institutions, interacting with craftsmen, with with artisans or artists. So, or engaging activities like quiz, debate, any kind of enriching activities can be engaged within this 10 backless days. So 10 backless days also, it is in one way promoting that pre-vocational skills where the children can interact with the craftsmen, with the artists or carpenters or gardeners, etc., which is locally available. Then Indian knowledge system, that also it will be integrated in the curriculum. And the systemic reforms. Under systemic reforms, you will find there is linkage. There should be a linkage between school education and higher education. We should not work in isolation. There can be, a linkage, a link between school education and higher education. Then systemic reforms. Then to skill-based education. Then exam reforms that I've already, discussed. School community relations. Even NCF 2005 also, they have stated that there should not be any boundary between the school and the community. Whatever resources is available in the community, that can be used. That's why we are talking about school complexes, school cluster, where there is sharing of resources. Then strengthening resource organizations and textbook designs. So textbook will come after, after the curriculum has been developed. And textbooks here can also be available in, mother tongue and home language of the child. That has been recommended by NEP 2020. So let us, since we are talking, discussing on curriculum, let us just see that there is, certain shift in the process of developing the national curriculum frameworks. That is why every state now are busy with, SCF and also with the position paper. Position paper has already been done. Then now in this, the national curriculum framework, then it has been, adopted this bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach means we start from the grassroots level and it will come to the national level, the NCF. Then when we say the bottom-up approach, we have, district level consultations, which we have in every state. Even in Meghalaya, we had one in the month of May in DRT. Then we have mobile app at the district level. We have mobile app survey and survey in my government. Then this will provide inputs for the development of focus group position papers at state and UTs and also at the national level. So this
whatever position paper has been developed at the state level, this has been, uploaded in the in my government that app. Then everything is paperless. The development of this NCF this time is paperless. And these focus group position papers at the state UT level will further provide inputs for the development of SCF at the state level. And the national focus groups position papers too. Then the focus group position paper prepared at the national level will provide inputs for the development of national curriculum frameworks, because all the data from all the states has already been, feed in the templates. Then the policy also envisages that the curriculum and pedagogy of our institution must develop among the students a deep sense of respect towards the fundamental duties, fundamental rights, fundamental duties. Why? Because we have to be aware of our roles and responsibilities in a changing world. Then constitutional values, bonding with one's country. So this is what, has been emphasized. And also when we are talking about, the curricula and the pedagogical initiatives, it will include the introduction of contemporary subjects. Contemporary subjects, for example, like artificial intelligence. Now you'll find even cars also has been inbuilt, with the artificial intelligence. So we need to equip our children with these subject areas. Artificial intelligence, design thinking, then holistic health, organic living, organic farming. So these will be some of the, the subjects like environmental education, global citizenship education, GZ, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, then are at relevant stages. So these subject areas can be introduced at relevant subjects, starting from foundational to preparatory to middle to secondary. These various important skills in students at all levels. So there will be 4 sets of curriculum. As per NEP 2020, we'll be having a curriculum on school education, the NCF. We'll be having early childhood care and education, the curriculum. The curriculum is already out. It has been launched by ministry. 2-3 weeks back, it has been launched. It is there in ministry website, is there in NCRT website. So the ECCE curriculum is ready. It has been launched. Then we have the teacher education curriculum, which in progress. And we do have the adult education curriculum. So these will be the 4 sets of curriculum. And I've just, I attempted this digital survey yesterday related to the National Curriculum Framework. Some of you must have got also that, the link. So since we are talking about curriculum, so I was just thinking I'll just share with you, those questions which they want a feedback on, because it is in the process and it is a bottom-up approach and it is paperless. So there is this digital survey which I attempted yesterday. So number 1 is, which language do you think children need to learn in school from class 1 onwards? So number 1 is mother tongue, home language, official language of the state from class 1 to 2. Number 2 is mother tongue, home language, and official language of the state, and English from class 3 onwards. Then you have mother tongue, home language only in class 1 and 2. Then classical language like Sanskrit from class 1 onwards. Then mother tongue, home language, official language of the state, and English, and 1 more foreign language. At the secondary level, students will have to choose. Besides English, they'll have to choose, any foreign language like Korean, like Korean as a language, German, French, etc. Then, I think I'm running short of time. then mother tongue, home language, official language of the state, and English. Then as a stakeholders, parent or guardian of children, how do you envision teachers' role in the holistic development of children? So holistic development also is part of, of this discussion. So one is create a conducive environment for children's learning in schools, help children to realize the importance of education in their life, and help children develop holistically, that is taking care of this physical, mental and social well-being, emotional well-being. So what will be the subjects which can be taught at the foundational stage? Number one is maintaining health and well-being. We have to start early. Communication skills, then environmental awareness and foundational literacy and numeracy. So when it comes to FLN, foundational literacy and numeracy, ministry has already launched a mission. I think it's time. Has already launched a mission, the Nipun Bharat. I think all of you must have known the Nipun Bharat, to achieve universal LFN, foundational literacy and numeracy. And we have also Vidya Pravesh. There is this Vidya Pravesh. It is a guidelines as how to achieve FLN, with the learning inbuilt with learning outcomes from class 1 to class 3. So we have different documents and initiatives which has been taken up as to how to achieve universal FLN. Then which subject can be taught to 3 to 4 preparatory stage? The social science, I think I'll just skip. Then middle stage, these are the subjects. Because it's relevant with the curriculum, we need to know like what kind of a subject students, now will be studying at different stages. Then at the secondary education, there will be basket of subjects, as I mentioned, for students to choose from, and also vocational education. What do you suggest for improving the dignity of teachers in our country? What do you think our society expect from school education? And what do we need to make our education futuristic and skill-oriented? So these are the few, questions which I feel I should share with you, which is related to curriculum. So only this one slide. Let me just one slide on what is pedagogy. Just one slide. So pedagogy is the art and science of how something is taught and how students learn. Then it is a deliberate attempt of improving learning process by considering, number one, the objectives of teaching, nature of learner, because we have to give choices, instructional plan, that's why we do need to have a lesson plan, the content, methods and media assessment mechanism, role of stakeholders. It also includes the whole practice of teaching, before, after, during teaching, and also refer to anything that supports students' learning, and directly and indirectly. So I have with me, the innovative pedagogy, but I will be maybe next time. We'll be talking more on the innovative pedagogy. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm really sorry, but due to the entire program, we need to complete in time. But it is really good to learn that what kind of basic feature of school education in light of NEP 2020. And Professor Dakar is mentioning very clearly that importance of all the things, how the structure is changed. 10 plus 2 plus, which one 3, that 10 plus 2. Now it become a 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. And the great focus on ECC, early childhood care and education. And this is the first time in India, NEP or Indian government is focusing on the before pre-primary education. I would like to mention that, sorry, but Pune University started this program with the Melbourne University, and the next semester we will start this program. So it is a very important to ECC that actually we had it, Anganwadi and Balwadi, maybe you know that. But now it is restructured. Professor Dakar mentioned very clearly all these things. we have a choice in future. Students have a choice selection the subject. This is the first time happening in school level. They have their own choice to select the subject. Ownership will be given to the student according to the NAP 2020. Madam is mentioning this thing also. New way to the assessment, that holistic program card will develop by the school and school teachers, and that will be the helpful to the parents and overall development of the learner. And also she mentioning about some ICT integrated pedagogy. The new thing is the toy pedagogy. Yeah, we can bring the local toy, traditional toy, and we can use such toy for the pedagogy to deliver some kind of knowledge. Yeah, sports pedagogy. Yeah. So this is the very innovation is happening because of the NEP 2020, and it's already Professor Swang and me had discussed that it is a really ambitious thing mentioning here. It's a great responsibility of all the teachers from school education to higher education who can complete this thing. Also, as he mentioned about the bottom-up approach, and because of this position paper which is published by the NCERT, this is the guiding to the state curriculum framework and national curriculum framework. There are the important three terms which I heard since 2012, because the document which is published by the UNESCO, that design thinking, organic living, and global citizenship education. So in Sanskrit, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, this is the major and main feature of the education of entire world. So this is really good highlighting by the Professor Dakar. And also there are all curriculum framework will come out very soon. For example, ECC is already out, and school education, teacher education, adult education. So this curriculum framework will definitely guideline to us, to all the learners, those are join here online also. At the last, he mentioning about some innovative pedagogy, but due to the time lacking. But what I learned there, that important thing is that language. So mother tongue is important to learn at the initial school level. So the really, ma'am, thank you. You are focusing within a very limited time. You are focusing the entire education, entire school education in front of us. Thank you very much. So I request to you, I request to next professor. Who is the next? Yeah, Professor ISM. I request to ma'am to enlighten with your thoughts.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Chairperson of this session, Dr. Jadhav, respected professors from the university, Professor S.M. Sungo, Professor H. Srikant, we have Professor Dakar, Dr. Benjamin Lingdo, faculty members of the Department of Education, Synod College Shillong, and all the dear students. I have been given this topic on standard setting and accreditation for school education. It is quite challenging for me because we dwell so much on higher education, and this is going to be the first time really for, to touch on this particular aspect which deals with accreditation and assessment at the school level. As you all know, that just as you have accreditation, assessment and accreditation in higher education, so also it has been felt necessary that accreditation must also take place at the school level in order to achieve the objective of NEP 2020, and that is to provide quality education to the students. As I have introduced here, you will see that we have the mushrooming of schools every year. The number of schools that have mushroomed and the quality of these of education has really been compromised. And if you look at the report which has been given by ASER in 2018, it says that approximately 50% of the Indian school-going children cannot read, cannot comprehend a simple text by Standard 5. And 30% girls from the economically disadvantaged groups, they have really never been to school due to lack of the privileges, the accessibility. And so therefore, to curb this mushrooming of schools and to achieve quality education, the need for accreditation is important. And therefore, the focus of accreditation is on quality of teaching, attendance, the number of teachers across subjects and grades, safety, financial probity, curriculum, infrastructure, resources, community, participation, governance process, accountability. Now, when we talk about standard accreditation at the school level, in my perspective, I feel that governance in school is also very important, for which, before I touch on the accreditation, I feel the need to discuss also on governance of schools. Because when you talk about accreditation, governance of school is part and parcel of the accreditation and assessment. So therefore, you will find that if you look at the governance of schools, you will find that because of the efforts of the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, or which has now been subsumed into the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, there has been the universal access of primary education, primary schools to our students, to our children. But what has been compromised is that the outcome of it has brought the mushrooming of very small schools. And if you look at this report of the UDIs in 2016 and 17, it says that nearly 28% of India's public primary schools and 14.8% of India's upper primary schools have less than 30 students. And there has been a lot of debate on this, a lot of reports on this lately, where in the average number of schools, number of students per grade at this level is, if you look at this report, is about 14. And some of them is even below 6. And so therefore, you will look at this UDI's report, 2016 and 17, they say that there are about 108,017 single teacher schools, and majority of them being primary schools serving grades 1 and 5. So therefore, if we look at the present structure of governance of the school education system, you will find that everything is concentrated on the Department of School Education. The role of the Department of Education has to look into the provision of public education, into the regulation, in policy making, and also ensuring the professional and quality education. So you'll find that everything is focused on the Department of School Education. The Department of School Education is overwhelmed with the responsibilities of, catering to this aspect of education. So therefore, because of this, it has led to serious outcomes. And that is, there has been a conflict of interest. There is excessive centralized concentration of power because everything is in the Department of Education. Then we have ineffective management of the school system, commercialization and economic exploitation of parents, and in fact, it has discouraged many of the public-spirited, private, philanthropic schools as well. So before I go on to the accreditation, I would still like to dwell on this part, and that is, there are many other issues In addition to what was stated just now, there are other issues also where it talks about economically suboptimal. You know, these number of schools that have come about, they have really rendered the economically suboptimal to these schools. Then we have inadequate physical resources. You'll find that the teachers, especially in the rural areas, you'll find that, you know, they have to teach so many classes, so many subjects. Okay, there is no background, no specialization. Teachers' workload and no specialization. And also there is a very negative impact on the teaching and learning. So what does the NEP recommend here with regards to governance first? You will find that NEP says that by 2025, you know, this issue will be addressed by the state or by the union territories by grouping them, okay, by grouping them or rationalizing the schools, and it has given the label as school complexes or school clusters. Now, when we talk about school complexes, school clusters, what does it mean? It is a mechanism where you have one secondary school which will be together with the other, you know, other schools of the lower grade, or including the Anganwadis, which are within a radius of 5 to 10 kilometers. And what is the objective behind this intervention is to have more adequacy of, you know, trained personnel, trained teachers, social workers, to have it on a what? It can on a sharing basis. Okay. Another is adequacy of resources. Sharing of resources. It can be laboratories, it can be, you know, campuses, and so on. And the cooperation and support for education of children with disabilities, and so also improve governance of the school system and building a sense of community. Now, the NEP believes that, you know, teachers, the teachers should not teach in isolation. Rather, they, you know, they grow, they develop because they are in a community of teachers and a community of students. All right. Now, what are the benefits that have been portrayed from the establishment of these school complexes is, firstly, the improved support for children with disabilities. Then secondly is there are more topic-centered clubs and events across school complexes. Like, you know, we have different clubs. We have the science clubs, we have subject area clubs, we have the hobby clubs. So here what the NEP says is, it talks about the topic-centered, clubs and the events across these school complexes. Then better incorporation across subjects. Like, for example, you have the arts, music, okay, and so on. So you have better incorporation of these subjects through the sharing basis and use of ICT tools. And of course, you have better student support. The gross enrollment ratio will increase, the attendance, the performance, and that is all through the sharing of social workers and counselors. Now, how will this take place? Now, this will happen when the Department of School Education will devolve the authority, will give the authority to whom? To the school complex or to the school clusters, and they will become semi-autonomous unit. Then another thing is that the district education officer and the block education officer, they together will interact with these school complexes in order to help in the facilitation of work. And then finally, the school complex or the school clusters will be given this significant autonomy by the Department of School Education. Another point which, how this is going to take place is there is going to be a twining or a pairing of a public school with a private school, okay, across the country. And the best practices of, that takes place in a private school, they say it will be documented, it will be shared, and it will be institutionalized in the public schools and vice versa, wherever possible. Then every stage will be encouraged to strengthen existing or established Bal Bhavans. Now, these Bal Bhavans are actually like they are the day boarding schools, we can say, where, students can come from the different schools and they can participate and they can take part in the different maybe activities. It can be arts, it can be music, yoga, and so on and so forth. That is the Bal Bhavans. And of course, the NEP has also specified that important dates like the foundation of the school, also the foundation day, that will be celebrated within the community. All right. Now, the implementation of these plans that will take place in these school clusters, how it is going to take place. The school first will develop these school development plans, okay? And here you have the involvement of the school managing committee. Now, this will give rise to what? To the school cluster or school complex development plans, right? And this will be created by whom? By the principals, by the teachers, okay? With the involvement of whom? The school cluster or school complex managing committee. Then what will happen was, together the school managing committee and the school complex managing committee will use these SDPs and the SCDPs for the execution of the plans. And then the Department on School of Education, the Department of School Education will appoint an official from the side of the department to endorse and to confirm these plans, okay, in each school complex, okay, and then accordingly how the resources will be given to them. Then, as I said earlier, encouragement to establish these Bal Bhavans if they have not been established, or to to enhance and improve them. Okay. Now, what are the implications? The implications here, you will see that there is decentralization of what planning and decision making at the cluster level. There's sharing of physical resources and human resources within the cluster. No isolation of schools. No school is isolated. That is the intention. And you will find that there is community of schools to support each other. Integration of art, storytelling, ICT in the teaching learning process. And of course, there is availability of these counselors, the trained counselors and personnel for implementation of vocational education in these schools. No physical dislocation or closure of schools. It does not mean that, when we have these school complexes, any school will be discontinued. No, there's no closure. But it's just that they will be amalgamated with the other schools. And of course, it is a win-win situation for all. Okay. Now, coming to the accreditation part, for which governance is so important. If you look at the goal of the school regulatory system, it focuses on these aspects, like striving for excellence, empowering schools and teachers with trust, improve the educational outcomes and not overly restrict schools. That is a flexibility which the NEP has actually specified. Promotion of innovation and boost the morale of teachers, principals, and students. And of course, there is complete transparency in the case of finance, procedures, and the educational outcome. And the beauty of this is that, all this, when we talk about transparency, it will be put up, which I will come to later, in the school website, as well as in the website of the SSSA, which I will come to that. Okay, now, the present structure, if you recall in the previous slide, was all concentrated on the Department of Education. But in this case, what happens with the recommendation of the NEP, you will find that the NEP has emphasized on what? The segregation of these independent bodies. So you have the Department of Education, where we'll focus specifically only on monitoring and policy making. Then we have the Directorate of School Education, which includes the offices of the DEO and the BEO. They will handle the service delivery for public schooling system of the whole state. Then we have the SCRT, which will be in consultation with NCRT. They will handle all purely academic matters and, academic standards and curricula. Then we have the last, which is the SSSA, that is the State School Standards Authority. And here, this particular agency, maybe I should call, or a mechanism, it is going to establish, minimal standards for the schools to qualify, they have to, they must have, okay, they must fulfill rather these minimal standards of standards which are established by the State School Standards Authority, and those parameters have already been outlined, which refer to safety, security, basic infrastructure, number of teachers across subjects, grades, probity, sound processes of governance. All right. If you look at the SCRT, if you look at the role of the SCRT, as I said earlier, it will handle only academic matters, okay? And so because of this, it is under the guidance of the officials of the SCRT along with the NCRT, they're going to establish a School Quality Assessment and Accreditation Framework, SQAAF. And this is in consultation with what? With multiple stakeholders of the state, in order to what? To increase the accountability at the school level. Now, the parameters of school performance, it will include academia, infrastructure, finances, teaching quality, and identical critical areas for improvement. Another point which, the SCRT has the role is that the SCRT will lead a change management process for reinvigoration of the cluster resource center, BRCs, diets, in developing them into vibrant institutions of excellence. Now, lead a change management process. It is very important. This is, a kind of a strategy to establish, effecting control, change control, and to enable people to adapt to the changes. All right. And then now come to this. The State School Standards Authority for Regulation and Accreditation of Schools. And I said that each state and union territory will ensure that all these schools, they fulfill these minimal standards. Okay? And the function of SSA is to ensure, transparency in the disclosure of all regulatory information. It is so important now that, all schools have to disclose their information, and that it is going to be in the public domain. Then the dimensions of information to be disclosed and the format of disclosure. What will be the format? What information will come under the purview of the SSA? And then even maintenance of the public website, okay, to be updated for accurate information, that will be under this purview. And also it will issue licenses to the schools to start a school for the new private school, and also it will take care of any complaints, grievances which may arise or may take place from which may be queried by many stakeholders. But what is not within the purview of SSA is that it cannot dictate mandates. It will, yes, it will establish the minimal standards, but it cannot dictate mandates on assessment and accreditation of public and private schools. All right. Now, the rigorous assessment that is going to take place, as I've already pointed out, is that these schools will have, self-disclosure of all the essential information in the school website and also in the SSSA website. Now, these public and private schools also will be assessed and accredited on the same criteria, benchmarks and processes. Actually, so far, there's been asymmetry between the, I'm going to complete now. As I said, there has been the asymmetry between the public and private schools, in terms of assessment. And then another thing is the establishment of the PARAK, P-A-R-A-K, which is Performance Assessment Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development. And this is, this agency, which is going to be established by the MHRD along with the NCRT, will carry out these periodic, we say these, NEP has said the health checkups of the overall system of education. Okay, that will be based on what? On the sample-based National Achievement Survey, NAS, of student learning outcome. So, which means that it is going to conduct exams. The PARAC will conduct exams for grade 1, for grade 3, for grade 5, and grade 8, in addition to 9 and 10. And that is why there has been a debate that already students are being pressured with the board exams. And here we have this agency which is going to again test students at these different levels. So therefore, this is going to set the norms, the standards and guidelines for student assessment and evaluation for all recognized school boards of India. Now, in addition, you will find that, you know, every stakeholder is also accountable. Okay, accountable with regards to their performance and their roles. Okay, and then you will find the assessment system which is going to be objective and developmentally oriented. There's going to be a lot of feedback that's going to be provided. Here I have written here, it has multiple sources of feedback and assessment. And then there is also promotion, recognition, accountability of individuals, which will be based on their performance assessment. Okay. And then time and time again, there's going to be reviews, okay? And the requirements made should be more responsive to realities on the ground. And finally, there is flexibility for each school, okay, to make their own decisions depending on the local needs. Well, in conclusion, I must say that definitely this is what has been specified by NEP, but definitely there are going to be challenges. One is, the challenge is already, they said, the establishment of the PARAC, where there will be more exams for students which will affect them. Then another will be even the division of roles in governance. For the Department of Education, you have only policy making and monitoring, but you have for the directorate, you have, you know, handling all these services. Okay, then you have again for SSA. So there are going to be challenges for this. And of course, I'm sure that, you know, the NEP, yes, it has its objective in promoting quality education, where, you know, the safety of students are being taken care of, the security, the safety, okay, even at the adolescence level. And of course, let me tell you that when these mechanisms are they're going to be used, when we talk about amalgamation of schools into school complexes, it has to be judiciously done or carried out, because the question of accessibility, you know, may arise. And so therefore it has to be carried out in that way. So I just hope that, you know, I've been able to, you know, point out maybe the what the NEP 2020 wants to really convey to the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, I also forget to keep the watch, because the information is really helpful to us. Everything is very neat and clearly mentioned, because such kind of presentation to learn us what is the policy. So mentioning about the SAC, NAC, like a SAC also we have here in Maharashtra, the Quality Controlling Authority. And it's mentioning about the importance of school regarding all kind of the mission, like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyana, Samagra Shiksha Abhiyana. And when she also mentioned very two beautiful things in her presentation, that she taking some references from the private report like ASER and some public report like UDIS also. So such analysis of the particular report and presenting in her presentation, that is the really main feature of this presentation.
And I have many senior teachers here, friends and colleagues, and most importantly, dear students who are here. We are so happy to be here with you. And this national seminar is basically meant for you, dear students, because National Education Policy 2020, if it impacts anyone, actually it impacts upon the students. When I saw the schedule, I realized that I was the second last speaker. Only sir is after me. I realized that I was the second last speaker. And then being the second last speaker is always tough in any seminar, because you realize that everything has been discussed. They have talked about it. And this seminar is a 2-day seminar also, not even 1 day. So, and then in the schedule also, I noticed that Dr. Kharbuli from our HRDC in Nehu, she was talking on the same particular topic. So I was like thinking the other evening, what should my presentation be all about? Because I don't want my presentation to be a repetition. I'll not be happy with that. The students will not be happy with that. So I spent some time and I was thinking about this particular issue. What should my presentation be all about so that I can give to the students so that, you know, they can take home and maybe discuss and think about it. And then I realized that when we talk about motivated, energized, capable faculty, teachers in this case, I think it's important to understand this particular theme or topic from two broad contexts. The first context is that we have to understand this particular topic from the organizational behavior context. Because whenever we talk about motivated, you know, energized, capable, you know, the real meaning of these terms is organizational behavior, how we behave in an organization as a person, as a team, as a group, as a whole organization. So that is the first context. And then I thought I will narrow down my talk only to the context of Meghalaya and the state government, our government of Meghalaya. I'll just narrow down to that because I thought if I start dwelling on too much, then maybe the objective of my presentation would be lost. So that is the context we'll be looking at. Now to start. First of all, for the first 3 slides, let us forget about national education policy. Just keep it to the other side. All right, we'll just talk about organizational behavior, the government and the policy of the government when it comes to something which is so important as education. But keep national education policy aside. You see, whenever we talk about people being motivated, any organization, it doesn't matter. It always depends on the motive. Okay? Being motivated means there has to be a motive to be motivated. Motive means some objective or some goal or some drive or something which will push you or something which will pull you. There must be something, right? Then only there'll be a motive. And if there is no motive in an organization, you know, when we work as a person or we work as a team, when there is no motive, then it becomes very difficult to move forward in terms of anything, education and everything else. And the important thing about motive is that a person must be willing to have a motive. Like, for example, a person is hungry, right? A person is hungry. Now, even if the person is hungry, if he doesn't have the motive or the drive to work, then I mean, there's no point to talk to that person in terms of motivation. But a person is hungry, and in addition to that, he is willing to work and do something about his hunger. Then he has some motive. Then you can talk to that person, right? And this motive, which drives motivation in the end, is always defined everywhere, be it in college, be it in any other organization. It is always defined by the environment. The type of environment which surrounds us, or I belong to which type of environment, that will define the motive of a person. There are some environments which are very, very nurturing. You will find that employees of such organizations, they are highly motivated. There are some organizations which are like not so nurturing. Then we will also find that the employees of that particular organization will hardly be motivated at all to try something or to do something. Okay? And whenever we talk about the environment, then we start looking at the policy environment also, because the policy environment then will impact on the environment where we work in, right? So this environment that we belong to or where we fit in is a very important system which defines how I will behave, you will behave as an individual and as a team, right? So that is where motivation comes in. That is where motivated faculty or teacher comes in. It all depends upon the environment. Now, we want to be energized all the time. But being energized, again, it's an outcome of something. It is basically an outcome of feeling good about, who you are, what you do, what you contribute, what the organization thinks about you, what you think about the organization. That is how we behave in an organization. Okay? If we are happy with what we are and what we do in the organization, you will find that we are, we have a certain type of behavior. And then it can be vice versa as well. So, being energized is basically an outcome of, you feel good. Now, this feeling good is not only about yourself. You feel good about your organization also. You feel good about the policies which are there in place because you feel like these policies are really good for the organization and for me, right? Now, when you have this feel good factor, because of the policy, because of the government, because of the organization, because of the teams that you work in, right? Then you will be energized. Okay, but if you feel like the environment and everything around you is not so conducive and supportive, then you will find yourself losing energy. You'll not want to go to work. You'll be looking at your watch all the time as to when I can go back from here, right? Hardly would we like to interact with other friends and colleagues, so etc., etc. And this good feeling, again, it comes with capacity building. Okay, now, capacity building is important in all walks of life, right? A very small example of capacity building, a very small example. Before COVID-19 pandemic, I can say almost all of us, including myself, right? We never did this online teaching and online tutorials and online, Google Meet, Zoom, never in the picture, right? When we had to do this because of the COVID-19 pandemic, then all of us, we had to learn. And that learning is a part of capacity building. Now, you see, when you're able to do that because of capacity building, you'll feel good about yourself, right? But imagine a situation, there is no capacity building, and everyone else, they are talking about, hey, you know what, I'm taking classes through Google Meet, and you're not able to do that, right? And then you'll not feel good about yourself. You'll feel so low, you'll feel so down. Just a small example. Right? And then again, capacity building depends upon the policy environment and the environment of a particular organization. Okay, in Shillong and other major towns of the state, online teaching learning was never a problem. In many remote areas, it was a big issue, right? Connectivity was there, income issues were there. Some people have smartphones, some people don't have smartphones. Now, even when we have smartphones, the mobile data rates are so high, I cannot pay for mobile data rates all the time. We don't have Wi-Fi. A number of issues were there. So when these problems, they come into the picture because of the environment and, where the system that we work in, then there'll be no capacity building and you will not feel good about yourself. And then you will not feel energized also. It's a pretty straightforward thing. Okay, and the last one, capable. Capability of any employee, anywhere, in any organization, it always depends upon training. If there is training, the policy environment, your organization supports training, okay, then we will be capable. All employees will be capable. If there's no scope for training, no systems for training, right, then our capability will go down. All right, in due course of time, it will go down. And especially in the age of information technology, now we're talking about 5G and artificial intelligence, where, many other systems and styles of teaching will come into the market and we'll have to adapt to that. Training comes into the picture. Because a day might come when our organization, they will say, okay, now this is how we're going to teach. We have artificial intelligence now, and this is how we're going to teach. Now, if the employee is not trained, okay, then I will not be capable anymore. So my role in a particular organization will be a huge question mark, whether you are needed or not. Right? Clear? So capability is also defined by, the environment where we are, the changes in the policy environment, what new things are coming, what things we have to learn, what things we have to unlearn, which makes us capable. All right? Because now, see, in some of the leading colleges, of course, in Shillong, we all have smart classrooms, right? We all have smart classrooms. But I'll tell you one thing, my first experience, very first experience with a smart board in my department, my very first experience, I did not know how to operate, right? I went to the classroom and wow, the whiteboard is missing. Now we have a smart board. The very first class, I did not know how to operate. All right, which means that I was not capable. Why was I not capable? Because you bought something, but you never trained. Right? You never trained me. So I have to find out on my own now. I have to go and ask my friends and watch on YouTube and discuss with senior teachers and find out how do we operate this stuff, by the way. Clear? So capability, okay, goes together with training. Fine. And as employees, we all want to be capable. No one wants to be, I mean, you're just a sideshow or you're not able to do anything for the organization. No one wants to be like that. Correct? So you see, when you talk about being motivated, being energized, being capable as an employee, in this case, as teachers and faculty, we are basically talking about the organization, how we behave in the organization, which is the organizational behavior, and the environment and the policy environment which surrounds our organization. That is basically what we are looking at. If everything is conducive and nurturing, then the employee, in this case, the faculty, will be motivated, energized, and capable. If things are not in place, right, then something will go amiss. All right? Something will go wrong. Clear? And this is one highlighting, issue which I always like to talk about, at least with my colleagues and students. The policy document is very good, no doubt about that. Okay, we are looking at a new India. We are looking at a new workforce. We are trying to, teach new things so that they'll be prepared for, the new generation of the economy and society. So that is what we are looking at. And a number of things have been put in front of us, right? But the question is, do we have the system? Is there an organization where I can behave accordingly? What about the policy environment? If you look at the, the National Education Policy 2020, now we'll start coming to the National Education Policy. There are a number of things in this particular policy when it comes to motivated, energized, and capable teachers, faculty. I would like to highlight some of them. See, one of the points, what does it say? It says that every classroom shall have access to latest educational technology that enables better learning experiences for the students. Okay? So that is what we are talking about. Now, colleges like Synod College and other leading colleges in Shillong and other leading colleges in the bigger towns that we have in Meghalaya, this is not a problem, right? We can do something about this, about the latest educational technology and other things. But what about other remote places? What about those faculty? What about those students? Okay, so it's a question mark. The second thing, and this is very interesting, in the context of NEHU as a whole, even my own department, extremely interesting. Look at this. Teaching duties will not be excessive. Teaching duties will not be excessive and student-teacher ratios not too high. Okay? I don't know about the teacher-student ratio here in Synod College. The other day I was discussing with Sir Batskem over WhatsApp. I think it was some time ago, we were discussing about student-teacher ratio, and he was saying, like, in my college it's like this, and I was saying in my department it's like this, right? And then we were talking like, so what will happen under NEP? Because in towards the last semesters we have to do, a lot of research work and all that. So, then this again becomes a question mark, because this will impact upon me being motivated, energized, and capable. If I have too many teachers or too many students with me, right, then how am I supposed to guide them towards the end of the undergraduate studies. Similarly, faculty will be given freedom to design their own curriculum. Ma'am Sungo is here, she's smiling. Huh? Where is the freedom? No, really. I mean, really, where is the freedom? All right, we are talking about designing your own curriculum because you understand what is happening on the ground and you want to make your students ready for what is happening on the ground, right? But our structure is not like that. The structure that we have as far as curriculum is concerned is sort of a, authoritarian structure, I can say. It's not a flat structure. So again, there's a question mark on that. And then excellence will be further incentivized through appropriate rewards, promotion, recognition. Right? So do we have a system for recognition? Huh? Best employee of the month or best teacher of the month, right? Or some sort of recognition. In banks and other private sector, they post picture also, employee of the month. What about us? I don't know about other colleges, but at least in my department in Nehu, we don't have something like this. The point is this, actually, which I'm trying to make. There are a lot of things on paper, fine, and you'll be impressed when you read. But we must always try to relate with what is happening on the ground. Okay, and that is where the entire system, the organization, the policy environment comes into place. In the context of Meghalaya, we are nowhere close to being ready as far as NEP 2020 is concerned. The time frame being given is 2030, right? That by 2030, all schools and colleges and universities should be implementing NEP 100%, 2030. 2030 is not far away. You think 7 years is a lot? 7 years is nothing. It will just pass like this. Okay. And this is where, we don't have a policy environment when it comes to implementation of NEP. I'm talking about my own state government. I'm talking about my state, right? We don't have a policy environment, a policy as far as implementation of NEP is concerned. And 2030 is not far away. The last thing which I heard from our state government, and I stand corrected if I am wrong. Okay, I stand corrected if I'm wrong, and if I'm corrected, I'll be extremely happy. So just 1 minute. The last thing which I heard from the state government, as far as implementation of NEP 2020 in Meghalaya is concerned, was 1 year ago, when the chief secretary of our state said, we will not be able to implement NEP 100%, first part. All right? We are going to implement in stages. Second part, this is on record. Okay, you can check. Second part. Okay, and the third part, we will start only with schools. I'm not in the picture. None of you are actually in the picture. We are actually out. Okay, now please correct me if I'm wrong. After that, I didn't hear anything else from the state government. Nothing at all. I'll be happy if I'm corrected on this. Right, my point is this. There is no policy as far as how we're going to implement NEP in Meghalaya step by step. Where do we start? Where are the funds? Where will they be invested? What about motivated teachers, capable teachers? What are we going to do about this? I think the state government, the message has to go from this national seminar to the state government. If at all, we're going to submit something to the state government, right? It's been quiet for far too long. Now you have to lay down. 7 years will just pass. You have to lay down exactly how we're going to proceed. Otherwise, the future of our children is at stake. Governments will come and go, but education is forever. So my only suggestion from here to the state government, from your national seminar is this. Do a stock taking as early as possible, right? Of which are the areas we have to focus upon in line with NEP 2020. Do a stock taking. After doing a stock taking, then you underline strategies for each and every component. What will be your strategy? Okay, with a time frame that we are going to complete this in 2 years. After that, we'll move to the next stage. This is what we should be doing right now, which I'm very sorry to say. Somehow we are busy with something else for 2023, and no one is talking about NEP 2020. Thank you so much.
Very nice, Dr. Benjamin. It's really good that he is speaking about motivation, energy, capability. Dr. Benjamin mentioned one thing is very good, that where is the autonomy of the teacher? teacher means very autonomy of the stakeholders. It's a big issue. Policy comes, policy implemented, I don't know, but we can say it is implemented, no problem. But really it is important to learn that what is the autonomy, where is our own autonomy. So really this is the important thing, that for example framing the curriculum. Some university made some suggestion nowadays. For example, our university giving autonomy to design the curriculum each semester, so we can develop our own course. But it is I know that I visited a number of universities. It is a really college teacher have not autonomy to develop any kind of the own curriculum or syllabus. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. Thank you very much. I request, yeah, sir, please, you can continue. I think this is the best attraction of this national seminar, the last session, because why I'm saying, Dr. Shrikant sir, the attraction means the political science professor. Now, speaking on a NEP 2020 in higher education challenges in the context of Northeast India. When I had very few talk with H. Shrikant during the lunch, he told me that now he's from Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh. Am I right, sir? But he told me that I am become a Northeast. So this is the global citizenship education. So we were talking about in a curriculum, but this is the best example. So I request Shrikant sir to enlighten with your thoughts on NEP 2020 and Northeast. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. First, for inviting a person like me for the seminar on education. And in Nehu, nobody invites me. And you know why? So, at least here, even if it is I'm the last person, at least I'm getting a forum to express my views. Thank you very much to the Synod College and this Department of Education. I have attended quite a few seminars on NEP, online or offline. And what I have seen in most of the seminars is there is so much of a discussion on what is written in different documents of NEP. And then explaining that and saying how better it is compared to the old one, or giving a kind of hope that this is going to change. It is a game changer. All that is done so far is bad or inadequate. Now this is going to bring out a game changer. To me, if such a effort conclusions we have to arrive at it, we should be able to link it to the concrete situations and see whether this policy really makes sense. It is really better when compared to what it is right now in our own region or in our own state. Unless we link our study to the concrete situations, our conclusions will be more abstract. It is keeping that in view that I am trying to make some kind of study relating this NEP to the Northeast. The first submission that I would like to do is, of course, our Vice Chancellor is also agriculture scientist, and we the teach, our peasants and farmers also know this very well, that if you want to grow any crops or plants or trees, then we have to know what kind of crops, what kind of trees, what kind of plants grow, depend on what kind of soil it is, what kind of climatic conditions are there. All kinds of things cannot be grown in everywhere. You can't have apples in South India, or you cannot have rice grown in Himalayas. It's not. So we should know what is possible and what is not possible. And here it is similar even when it comes to the institutions and policies. What kind of institutions become successful? What kind of policies can be implemented? It depends on what kind of socio-cultural environment it is, what kind of economic situation the particular region has, or what is the kind of politics that is surrounding that policy environment. So that we should be very clear. You cannot say that some policy which is good for the rest of India can be implemented in Northeast. There are certain policies which are very much possible. You can implement that in certain situations, I think. But the same policies, when it comes to Kashmir or Northeast, it may not be possible. So here, the central government, to me, mind is trying to impose a uniform policy for the whole country, without realizing the particularities and specificities of the regions. The educational development, the history or its growth, it is not same everywhere in the country. Some are far advanced, some are underdeveloped, some are still entering into this field. So the same kind of institutional mechanisms, same kind of prescriptions for the whole of the country is something which should be avoided. And that is what actually the reason why at one point of time education was in the state list. But it was now brought into the concurrent list, and virtually now it is going to be the center list, because it is dictating all as to what all the state governments should do, I think, in the case of promotion of education, and all that without understanding the concrete situations in different parts of the country. So it is here that I want to also say that this NEP, we are talking so much, but this NEP is a decision of the cabinet, central cabinet. It is not even discussed in the cabinet, this parliament. That's why many of the states are not ready to implement that. Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, all of them say, no, we don't. Many of the parties are also there. BJP ruled the state or BJP led states, they are implementing or trying to do that. But others say, no, we are not. And that is the ground reality that we should understand before we take up any things. So here, now you see the kind of things. I have written many articles on that, that I have been writing in Shillong Times on different aspects, relating it to the state or to the Northeast, and see whether it is possible at all to implement this, or whether it is necessary to go in for this step. So I don't want to show those things. So I am trying to, when I say that my thoughts, I am putting it forward, and you may come to the conclusion that I am against the NEP in toto, all this kind of thing. Here you can see that I am problematizing the NEP 2020 and ask you to think more critically different dimensions, and not see only the documents and see whether it is really possible. And let me be very clear that I am not against introduction of digital technologies or online courses. I don't advocate that all seats in this region should be given only to the students of this place. I know that many of you have mentioned particular things which may be good suggestions. I don't deny them. No, I was impressed by this idea of introducing pedagogy at the higher education, so that the teachers know how to teach when they are getting employed. There are such kind of recommendations which are this valid, which I have no problem with that. But these are to me like trees in the forest. While understanding, appreciating particular tree, oh, this is beautiful, this is grown, this is useful, we should not lose sight of the entire forest. And it is here that I see why I have objections to that. So there I will talk about it in some under some headings. The first one is the very question of admission under CUET or CUCET. Okay. Now this is the you know that in our NEHU, the decision was taken to introduce CUET. This one, and you have, I think, and some of the colleges which attended the meeting, they accepted it. But I understood this danger, and I wrote a piece, the first piece of mine, telling whether it is at all necessary. Our academicians could not understand, but the people at the ground level understood the problems. And they are the people who opposed it. Because they know that under the present conditions, the way the kind of situation, infrastructure, and other situations that we have, CUET will go against the interests of the people of this region, the students of this region. Hence, they oppose tooth and nail, and forcing the state government to seek, a 1 year gap. So that is what. That's why we didn't have a CUET last year. And there are many things to be discussed. What is the kind of exam? Whether our students are really ready for that kind of exams? Have they been given training in that? Without all that, we are going for CUET. And we don't know. And sometimes I know that there is a competition among the major colleges in city for admission. But in many of the other colleges, there is no competition at all. There are many rural and suburban colleges where there are very few students. Then why do you force them to write exam? And compel them to, force them to pay money and write exam? And undergo all kind of mental tensions? What was the need for that? There is no need. When it comes to the degree students, there is no need of CUET exam in this region. But that is something which was accepted by the university, and initially the state government also thought we'll go ahead, but afterwards they themselves realized that they don't have the infrastructure or the capability and also the people's support, hence they have to withdraw. Then similarly the CUCET, that is what they said, okay, this is not there, but we will now go for it because it is a central university. We will have CUCET for PG. And at that time also I cautioned in the academic council itself that we have not taken note of many problems while pushing this CUCET, and people were not ready to listen. And afterwards, when the exam took place and the results came, now we understood what the problem is. Everybody became aware of it, because in many of the departments, not even 5 locals could get in. 5-6 locals could get in. That was the situation. So suddenly people became aware of it, and where are our people? Now you disturb the entire thing. Why didn't you discuss all that before implementing it? When I said discuss it, they said push. Now afterwards, then KSU comes and say, what is this? Then people are scared and don't know what to do. And ultimately, we have given 80 marks extra, 40 to 80 marks extra in order to give that. See, it is all done in such a hasty manner, without properly discussing it, without seeing the implications of that. Huh? So now this is the thing, 40 to 80 marks we have given so that our people come. Huh? If we have made that exercise before itself, we could have saved all that. Huh? And we could have saved, now only we are admitting it in November, what should have happened in July, August. And we are to complete the syllabus in 3 months. And that is the fate. Huh? So that is where I want you to think about it, whether this kind of things really help the people. But you think, then you could say there are many things which are said about NEP. NEP, oh, this is one which encourages multidisciplinary teaching or education. This thing. But they have a very restricted understanding of what is multidisciplinary. Basically, their intention, when they say multidisciplinary, their intention is not to teach just politics, but also political economy, political sociology, or cultural politics. That is multidisciplinary. But here, multidisciplinary means taking a course from other departments. That is multidisciplinary. So I know all political science. No, I will take one from education, also from the school and others. And that is called multidisciplinary, as if that is a great innovation. Didn't we have that under CPCSE in Nehu? Earlier we were offering 3 papers, open courses, 3 open courses for the students of other departments. They could join. But now NEP is implemented, so-called this one. And under the new NEP structure, how many courses are open? Only 1. Earlier 3. Now we have only 1. And this is multidisciplinary. And we are fooling others and fooling ourselves. This is the kind of things that we are doing. And multidisciplinary. Think, only giving one course a thing, it becomes multidisciplinary. That is the kind of understanding that we have. This one. Now you see, then taking streams, whether this kind of thing can be implemented in the colleges. Colleges, whether it can be implemented. Yes, maybe some of the colleges have all streams. They have social science, they have humanities, they have sciences. Then you can say, okay, I take. But there are many colleges which have a single stream or only 2 streams. Then what options they have? Very limited options. Very limited options they have even to provide other course. And what benefit comes out of it is something which we need to look into that. So that's what, then I'll come to the other thing. That is so much of talk about vocational education. As if this is the new change. Now NEP, it incorporates vocational courses. And as if you study vocational course in the degree or this one, MA, this one, and you become equipped enough to get a job. This is a wrong illusion to think that if you develop skills, it will give jobs. If skills are the important necessity for getting jobs, then all people who did ITI, IITs or Polytechnic or engineers should have had jobs. Don't you see that there are many unemployed even there? Skills is not a thing that in itself will not give you a job. But if the economy is good, if all other conditions are good, then the skills help you to get job. Not only skills, even other things, even if you don't have skills, if you are only in a theoretical field, still you can get jobs if other things are all right. So this gives a wrong impression, as if skills give you job. And you introduce one course, two course, and in that I become electrician, so I become a tailor. Can you do that? Or can you start a new kind of livelihood with this kind of thing? That is one aspect of it. And another thing is, no one knows what is skill development and skill enhancement. I'm talking about my own university. I know that some of the departments made some exercise to come out with courses which can be reasonably considered as skill development courses or enhancement courses, but many of them don't know. They have introduced ordinary courses and projected it as a skill development. Ordinary theoretical courses are now shown as this one, skill development, and we don't discuss that now in AC. Push. So, and we in political science did not know which course we have to teach as skill development. We know theory, but we are not skilled persons to impart anything. Skill courses are to be imparted by experts. Those skilled persons, this one, who are experienced, who are in the field for such a long time, they should impart the skills. I am a political science. I talk about leaders, but am I a leader that I can teach leadership skills? I'm not. I know about leaders, but I don't have leadership skills to impart. Oh, leadership skills. I know theory of music. Then do I become a singer that I can teach music to others? See, that is, so you can see this gap which you find, the skills, and colleges will have serious problems when it comes to skill development because they themselves don't know which courses can be imparted, which courses are necessary, which courses at all provide jobs thing. Maybe the Synod College can do something. But what about the colleges in the rural and suburban areas? Can they bring any courses of this? That's it, something which we have to think about it, and that is where I don't know whether anybody has thought about it while supporting these policies. Then the preference for online courses. If you say online courses, say, again, I don't have any bias. Some of the people know, here also know, that I was the first one during the pandemic to start YouTube lectures. I have opened a new channel called Lecture Series in Political Theory. So far, I have uploaded 30 lectures. Now, there are around 800 subscribers. It has been visited by 21,000 views. And more than 2,000 hours. More than 2,000 hours. And I challenge whether there is any other teacher in the university who has done it. Because those are the people who are supporting online. I have no aversion to this. But this thing should be supplementary to formal teaching. It cannot be this one in replacement of formal teaching. In a place like Meghalaya, where most of the students are first generation students accessing higher education, they need teacher who directly talk to them, correct them, empower them, inspire them. They said, don't say, oh, read everything through online, YouTube. No, it is not. YouTube is an extra. But it cannot replace formal teaching. But NEP is introduced basically to ensure that the more teachers are not appointed. Okay? You stop the appointment of teachers and then say, go for online MOOC courses. And MOOC courses, it will not work. I know there is so much of encouragement in this university. People ask your students to do it. 40% credits for MOOC courses. Who will go here? One is that MOOC courses, people will not go because there are no MOOC courses in many of the subjects. If there are no papers, how can I do it? And another problem is the question of money. I have to spend money, additional money for that. Additional money, which our students will not do it. And again, another problem is the timings, schedule. Their schedule and our schedule are different. It doesn't match. So we don't do it. Even if you do that, the kind of marking or evaluation is complicated that our students don't find it difficult. Because they are not used to it. They are not trying. So many of them will not go. So as a result, it will be there for namesake. Namesake MOOC courses, but in reality, it will not work out. I'm openly telling. I know that people get offended in the university, but it is a fact. Because the reality is different. Then comes the 4-year degree course. And our thing. And this is considered as another important game changer in new education policy. I'm telling you, why 4-year? Why 4-year degree? Why not 5-year? Why are you saying, what is this? We have been having this 3-year degree and we have produced scholars, eminent people who could get jobs even in different parts of the globe. Why is it that now a 4-year degree become important? Is it because USA is following that model? What is that entire the obsession with the 4-year degree? And that is after replacing MPhil and this one, no? MPhil, you would say, we don't want this, then 4-year degree. And then 4-year degree's problem is that now in order to get degree, you have to study for 4 years, not 3 years. And that becomes a burden for poor people. Many poor people find it difficult. What they have to afford for another 1 more year to complete the degree. That is one part of this story. And the other is that an attempt to say that 4-year degree, in that degree itself, we will introduce the, what is that? Research component. Research component. You go and see many of the colleges. Fortunately, I know Synod College, there may be teachers who have done MPhil, PhD degree. But there are many colleges in the this one in the state where the teachers are just postgraduates. Just postgraduates. They themselves don't have research qualification. How can they guide people who do about research? How can they guide? I have not done MPhil or PhD, but I am now asked to do guide research for that. How is it possible? So that is something which we need to see, whether 4-year degrees. Again, 4-year degree creates a lot of problems for PG also. Because in PG, NEHU, we have 2-year MA course. Now, if somebody comes with a 4-year degree, now we have to have 1-year PG course also. It's a cumbersome process. Admission, introduction, and everything. It is a thing, it is, and we have not worked out the entire mechanism. Without discussing so much, we are in a hurry to implement that. In many of the states, they are gradually doing it, but we seem to be in a hurry to introduce. God knows what for. Then comes the exit and entry options. Oh, sorry. Okay. Exit and entry options, now there is said, it is another game changer. People can come at any time and go at any time. I really want to know, why should they go at all? What is that they get by getting a certificate or a diploma? Is anybody going to give them job? Most of the times we drop because we don't have money, many of them. So see that such a situation doesn't arise. That is more important. So I really don't know the reason for that. And the other thing is we are introducing research at MA level, degree level itself. We have already, no such decision is taken at all India level, but our people are interested to do it immediately. So we have made one full semester for research. But I am only saying one semester means actually 4 months. In 4 months, can anybody produce really meaningful dissertation? And how is it that the teachers guide 10, 15 students? So these are the problems. These are the problems, and whether anything meaningful comes out of this one, we don't know. And another important thing is, because of we made one thing, research, we have to reduce the number of courses. And why research should be made compulsory for students who don't want to go for research in future? I'm asking you. So the last one, this is for the things. So many things said about the NEP. That it will do this and that and that. But what is the money that is allocated for education? I think, has there been any increase in the budget in a percentage terms? Central government tells do these, but they are the people who give the less, allocate less. It is just 3-4% of the central budget allocated for that, never increase it. And you want to do many things without increasing the budget. Then I also have the problem of other things, like we are not taking care of the danger of introducing, saffronizing the education in the name of Indian values. You know what was happening in Karnataka in the name of change of the syllabus. And we are forgetting that. We are forgetting that this one will become useless now. Our emboss becomes useless now. Because you don't need to study, you have to only compete. The state government will become less powerful in case of things. So this is actually creating a more problem in future, and divide the inequalities and access to education will increase because of commercialization of education. That is going to be a great thing which will affect the future of our students who are mostly tribal and poor. I stop it here. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you. I think to make up comments or summarize of this session, it is very difficult. Not because he is opposing, but he is point out all the negative things. At the initial level, Professor Srikanth mentioned that he is not against of the policy. But without the discussion, without the thinking, when we are implementing the practices in education, either school or either higher education, this will face a lot of problem. And the example is that Central University Common Entrance Test, what I see. Sir, I agree with you, because we face same problem in the centralized admission procedure. And we learn after the incident, not before the discussion. So it is true, but he is mentioning all the limitations of this NEP, but with 8 points, for example, admission, which already I mentioned, that multidisciplinary education. So it is really difficult to understand the meaning of the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary education. Actually, what is the clear idea of this term? It should not able to understand as a teacher educator, so it is a need to time that to explain any single document which should be published by the government. So he is mentioning about the vocational education. So skills, for example, he is a professor of political science, but he is not a political leader. So differentiate between the skills. So inculcation of the skills or inculcation of values, it is very difficult. It is something different. So how we can manage with the vocational education or reimagining vocational education, which is already presented by Dr. Professor Mona Khare. So it is very, I have a dilemma in my mind after this session, because we had one session on a vocational education, and this is another point out which you mentioned under the title of vocational education. Yes, another thing is that online courses. Yeah, I agree with it, but there are some good online courses. Those are covering the all discipline. But sir is mentioning that no MOOC courses is available. There is no specific MOOC courses on a specific course subject, basically courses. So this is a really big limitation or challenges in front of the development who is developing the e-content. And he mentioned about he started his YouTube channel. So at the first time after pandemic, sir, I am agree with you. Starting YouTube channel, it is not e-content development. To making PPT, it is not a e-content development. So a lot of things are there. So we need to understand the difference between the PowerPoint presentation, between the online education. So it is a time to understand, at least the teacher who is in higher education, who should know that what is actual meaning by this word, and which will be the helpful to how the incoming higher education. Regarding 4-year degree and multiple exit, multiple entry, the point is very notable that who is responsible the financial burden on the student. I think this is very serious concern with the higher education institute. Policy giving the guidelines to starting various experiences or practices in higher education institute, but who will take the financial burden? Who will responsible for the human resources? How will our student manage all the things in stipulated time? So it is a big challenges. According to all challenges which is in front of us, putting by the Professor S. Srikanth. Now, in the point of view of the student, but I am thinking as a teacher in higher education, it is a big challenge to me understood all these things. And we need to work on it, and then we can implement slowly all this ambitious program. So really, I thank to enlighten with us, and you point out the dangerous thing in future, what will happen. So it is a time to everyone, we need to think very carefully. And thank you to the this session. And I think now all technical session, all presentation is over. Thank to all the professors who enlighten with us, and I thank you to all, and I hand over the mic to authority.
Thank you, sir.
We have now come to the end of the 4th technical session. In fact, the last technical session of the 2-day seminar. I extend my gratitude to Sir for chairing this technical sessions, and also to all the resource person who have given us their valuable the valuable suggestions to what to be done, how to go about the way forward with regards to NEP 2020. We will straight away move to the panel discussion, and we're very happy to have with us Dr. B. Merbo, who will be the moderator of this panel discussion. Sir, we request you to kindly take your seat, and I request Dr. Ayofika to kindly introduce, sir.
A very good afternoon to everyone here, present here. So now we move on to the next section, and I am here to give a brief introduction about the moderator of this discussion. Dr. B. Mulbar is an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science under the undergraduate section, Synod College. Sir has also published papers in various journals. Besides, he also participated in a number of panel discussions and have contributed to the local dailies both in English and Khasi. So we look forward to an interesting session, and I now invite one of our students to facilitate Dr. B. Mirbach. And I now request all the panelists to come to the dais and take their seat. Sir, I now hand over the session to you.
Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav and Dr. B. Ingdo. In the last 2.5 years, discussions and deliberations in seminars, symposia, conferences, and media were made on the National Education Policy 2020. Articles have been written and published in academic journals and also in the media on the various aspects of the NEP. The good and the bad, the positive and the negative, the possibilities and the impossibilities of the NEP have been highlighted and brought forward by the proponents as well as the critics of the policy. But we have reached a point where we cannot go back. The only way for us is to move forward, and we have to implement this policy. And we are very grateful to the Education Department of Synod College for organizing this seminar where we have to look forward in the implementation of the policy. Yesterday and today, experts on the various aspects of the policy have thrown their expert ideas and on how to implement the policy. And during this 2-day seminar, presentations were made, questions were asked and answers were given by the experts. And therefore, this session, this panel discussion is a tough one for me to handle because I run the risk of repetition because everything has been more discovered in the last 2 days. We are very happy to have with us the experts who have made contributions towards the understanding as well as the implementation of the NEP. We have Professor M. Khare, who is going to join online if it is possible for her. And she is from National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration. Then we have Professor S.M. Sungo, ma'am, Professor H. Sikan, my own teacher, then Professor and Dr. Before I throw any further queries on the distinguished panelists that we have on the panel, I would like to request each one of the panelists to give their remarks on the implementation of the NEP 2020 and the way forward.
I thought my problem with NEP, since I'm a university professor, whenever is that okay? So this is what I think. First point. Let us be free. What do we want? By implementing the NEP 2020, are we trying to please the UGC, the central government, the state government, university authorities, and colleges. If that is the purpose, say yes to every proposal and implement everything blindly without understanding anything and without questioning anyone. But if our purpose is thinking about the one, don't go for CUE, ET or CET till the government creates infrastructure and facilities which make it possible for the students of the Northeast to compete with the students of the rest of India. In case we are forced to go, at least ensure that 50% of the seats are ensured for the locals, both in the familiarize the students with aptitude and reasoning tests at +2 level, and so that they would be able to compete. Similarly, revise the syllabus at UG level to meet the national standards so that our students will be able to compete. 4, recruit only qualified teachers with research experience and pay them adequately to retain them. 5, fitting the existing syllabus in the NEP 2020 curriculum does not lead to any qualitative change unless the syllabus is also updated. That is what we did. All papers which are there, we just put it in curriculum. It is only old wine in the new bottle. Nothing changes. So if you really want a change to take place, work on the syllabus. And providing option to the students to take papers from other department is not a bad idea per se, but devise appropriate GEC courses which would be of general interest to the students from other departments. Sometimes we have given some courses which is of not interest to anybody else other than our own departments. What is the use of that? Don't mechanically make some courses GEC course just for the sake of formality. 7, most teachers in the university and college have no expertise to impart any skill education. Skills can be imparted only by those who are skilled. The university and colleges should bring really skilled person and give practical training to the students. But while doing so, let us not have any illusion that by taking some skill development course, the students will get jobs. If lack of skills is the cause of unemployment, then all the engineers, that is what I already told you, would have got job. But that is, however, making an attempt to impart skills by really skilled persons is welcome. Let them learn, that is the thing. If not job, they may not get job, but the student learns some skills and overcomes the bias against skilled laborers. So at least that positive aspect may be there. 8, don't go for 4-year degree option unless you really have the teachers with research degree capable of guiding research and teaching the courses which are taught in the PG first year. See, important thing is 4th year syllabus is equal to first year MA PG degree, and you should be able to teach that. If you can't teach that, don't go for it. Just because somebody is going, you don't need to go for it. So understand that. Then 9, the future of students is more important than acquiring A grade in NIRF ranking. There is no need to hurry. Okay, sometimes you can wait and see the thing, whether it works out or not. We are in a hurry. Oh, this has to be implemented immediately so that our NIRF ranking increases. Is it for that rank that we implement a policy? We have to see whether it really benefits our students. Very few universities in the country have implemented NEP at higher education. Okay. None of the leading universities in the countries have gone for NEP 2020 at PG level. And our university is in a hurry to implement. God knows for what. And we don't know the consequences of it. It makes sense to wait and watch till 2024. You know why I said that. Many things may change. If nothing changes, okay, accept it, what to do. 10, I know my pills will not be palatable. You are free to ignore them and rush to implement the NEP 2020. The music of the bagpiper is indeed enchanting. Thank you very much.
After every time remark by the Srikant sir, I have a mic. So, it is the implementation of NEP. I agree that everywhere that it is a hurry or it is a late, it is very different issue according to all the states individually. As a teacher educator, I would like to focus here the basic important thing regarding this 4-year and all these things, that recruitment of the human resources. In Maharashtra, since 2009, there is no direct recruitment in higher education institute. Now 2020-22, so 12 years and 13 to 14 years. There is a huge lack of human resources in higher education institute. And here we were talking about the more one extra year. So burden on the family and burden on the teachers also. So managing the workload in higher education, we need to think about the recruitment at university level and higher education institute level also. So this is one thing. Second, we were talking in the light of NEP 2020, all the very goody points are implemented there or incorporated there. But what's about the teacher autonomy? In the one session we had a discussion here. We are talking about PLO, CLO, program learning outcome, course learning outcome, and we haven't any right to design the course and program. So it is a need to discuss that the teacher autonomy at the same time learner autonomy. So sometime sometime I think Professor Gupta is a very good person who is giving autonomy to learner. So this learner autonomy and teacher autonomy is important when we are implementing all these steps. Generic course and regular courses. So offering generic courses to all the students, those are from other departments. So I agree with sir that, and I would like to also emphasize on this issue that we have to develop some generic courses. Generic courses, it means, for example, in the Department of Education, we develop some basics of education. It is a 2 credit course. So it is a general basics. It is not so much depth of the education like educational psychological theory and philosophical theories. So general basic courses we offer here, and not one, but we can create some 2-3 courses and we can offer to other students basically from the science background. The issue it discuss about the skill development. I think so. The skills incorporating in curriculum, it is not for the job purpose. Maybe people, I don't know, thinking it is, I learn one skill and I can start my small startup. It is very difficult. We can speak, I think the person is here from management. It is very difficult to learn small skills and startup, or to start the small startup. Such skills are maybe helpful to the learner to develop their own life, or we can say at least development of the personality. So if we are thinking or we are connecting such skill development with the job, then it is very difficult. So we need to think again on the topic of skill development and the main feature of the skill development. The last one which I would like to mention here, the research fund, National Research Foundation. So there are huge eligibility list that who can apply. So who should be permanent teacher, from permanent affiliation of the university, from permanent to it will be something like this, I don't know, UGC affiliation like this way. So no contractual teacher can apply for the such funding. So I think we think on this issue that we can, if there are some good proposal from the contractual teacher, we should be think about it. So eligibility of the teacher who apply for the funding, I think it should be revised or it should be think in front of experts. Yeah, so last one is that publication. There is the connection between publication and promotion. This is the very something very different which I observe here as a new teacher educator in this field. If you have this kind of publication, your promotion will be definitely done. I think we need to think all the criteria about the publication. Your paper should be published somewhere else, specific journals and all these things. So we need to think. Suppose I write one good article and it is published in local journal, but this will be helpful for all the local community and people learn this something. So it should be worth article. So we need to think all these issues. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, but I would like to ask if Madam Kari wants to speak something before I speak. If she's online, can give her the opportunity. Then,
Madam, would you like to speak now?
I can come in a little later. There's a lot of echo, so the moment I speak, there's so much of disturbance. Yeah.
Now it's okay. You can join.
Yeah, now it is okay.
Yes.
So I could join in a little late because I was in another training program. So I missed the insightful suggestions and ideas of some of our eminent speakers on this panel. So as far as the strategizing the national education policy agenda at the institutional level is concerned, I would like to just add on in terms of research in the area of vocational education, skills and employability. Now, this is also an important aspect which has already been discussed in this seminar also. So there can be 5 levels in which the research also can be integrated. One, of course, by way of starting new courses and programs at the undergrad, postgrad, and now even at the PhD level, which is permissible. We are also aware of the fact that a large number of skills universities have been set up by the government. How we can in some way collaborate and with them can also be considered. The second area in which one can think of exploring the possibilities is how to establish collaborative research with the industry sector, more particularly with the small scale and MSME crafts industries in the local region. If that is possible, it could not just provide some kind of research experience and hands-on experience to the students, but also provide the industry to come forward by way of providing research-based inputs to innovate new methods of production, marketing, logistics, management, etc., which can be the areas to be explored. The third way in which the institutions can look forward to is by way of reaching out to the government and other established organizations in order and workshops in specified areas, and also in the niche areas which may be of advantage to the region, to that particular state, or maybe that district or region, and also to the courses which are which can be run in that particular institute in alignment with the local industry that is available. So these are some of the points which may be taken into consideration, and if time permits, I can join again. We can move on to the next speaker, please. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I think we've had a lot of deliberation with regards to the NEP, and we have seen the pros and cons of the NEP. However, since it's a policy, of course, it has not been passed in the parliament. Since it's a policy, and the central government is really trying its best for us to impose on us that we should start the NEP. Now we can see if you read the NEP, it's really a blueprint which is very ambitious, so to say. I know since we are in the academics, we know what are the loopholes of this NEP as well, because when we talk about the NEP, we can see that the NEP, most of these recommendations have come from abroad. And I do not know whether we in India, especially in the Northeast, whether we can follow what is being recommended in the NEP, even though I am one of the member of the NEP implementation. So I can see so many challenges that we are going to face with regards to the NEP. And, in the NEP, let me just speak something about little bit about the higher education. Now, in the NEP, we can see that there are 14 thrust areas which we can select from. And it is not mandatory for us to follow all the 14. We can choose just 1 or 2 or 3 of these thrust areas. And we can implement these thrust areas in a phased manner. So, we have been given a time of 10 to 15 years to at least try to implement some of these thrust areas, which we can do it in the college level. And, when we talk about the thrust areas, now we don't start with something new. You start with what you have. You start with what you have, build from what you have. And, you can expand the courses that you have, like, for example, vocational education or vocational studies. Some of the colleges have vocational studies, vocational courses, which has been introduced. You start from there. So that is also one way of implementation of the NEP. Doesn't mean that you really have to, follow in ditto what the recommendation is. That is my opinion. I do not know what the other members here feel. So, the NEP is just a kind of a blueprint where we can follow whatever we can. Okay? Yeah, when we begin to implement it, there will always be hiccups here and there, isn't it? Whenever you start something new, you'll always have problems and challenges. Now, with regards to the CUET and CET, I know there are lots of problems that we are facing. But I want to tell you, in many of the departments, as far as I can see, all students have done very well. And they have entered in many of the departments, except for few. Now, what I feel is we have to take a kind of analysis. We have to do a little research on this. Which area or which discipline are the students not doing well in the CUET or CUCET? because I feel that the syllabus that we're having is not really, in line with the syllabus that we're having. That is one. And you will see that many of our students are not really prepared for for taking up these exams because they were not trained. Now, just look at the students. Now, when we talk about CUET and CUCET, I think training should be taken right from the school level. Students from the school level, they should be, we should prepare them right from that level, from the secondary level. And we have seen that engineering students, medical students prepare themselves for these entrance exams. So why not? We can always, train our students, even from social sciences and from other sciences. We can train them, or rather from commerce. We can train them to, go for these competitive exams. Like what Professor Shikan was saying, we can actually, what I feel is we need to plan. Planning is very important right from the school level. Planning is the most important part of implementation. Unless we plan, unless we know what to do, we have to find out solutions. We have to follow certain steps in order to be able to, curb these, challenges that we are facing in the NEP implementation. And for example, in this, in these entrance exam, I think one thing is we need to have a collaboration or an interaction between the school teachers, the college teachers, and also the university teachers. We need to have a forum where we can, discuss and see what steps can be done in order to be able to help our students to be able to compete in these entrance exams. Because now it's really time for our students to come up. And this is a competitive world. Now, according to the NEP, they're not only offering courses here. Now, students can even, go outside, abroad for their courses. So, we have to prepare them. But this, of course, will take time. And as I said, we need to train them slowly from now. We have to start training them, and then we need to have an interaction between the different stakeholders and also at the different levels. Now, when we talk about entry and exit, right, at the college level as well as the university level. Now, here also, I feel that there is a little contradiction here in the NEP, because when we talk of freedom, autonomy, we give autonomy to colleges. We give autonomy to, for colleges to prepare their own courses, their own programs. Now, suppose students want to exit at this point, let's say after the first year of the degree program and get a certificate. Suppose they want to rejoin after 2 years. Now, if they rejoin, their courses should be at par with the course which a college or a university is offering. So here, we have to really think about this entry and exit point as well, because we need to have some kind of common curriculum where we give leewage for our students to be able to enter and exit. Now, and again, another component which I want to talk about is with regards to the common courses that we are going to offer in the undergraduate level. Now, this is a very important course. Now, now we see, actually, we have not really followed the procedure for implementing the NEP, because we've started from the top level. We've started from the PG level. Actually, it should start from the lowest level, like from the secondary level, then go to the college level, and then go to the higher level. Because here, what we're doing now, I'm just talking about the UG level. We are going to introduce to them different courses, like from natural sciences, from humanities, from social sciences. So they will be exposed to these introductory courses for 3 semesters. And then with regards to the vocational courses also, these courses will also be introductory courses. So there will be only one introductory course, of course, in the first semester or second semester. So when we talk about these introductory courses, this will guide the students, to take up their honors paper or to take up their majors in the fourth. Yeah, let me just finish. I just want to impress upon the House that we need to, understand this point, because many are confused, with this. So, once you are able to, once the students are able to have, the exposure to these introductory courses, then when they go to the higher level, it'll be easier for them to work on their generic courses, or they'll study their major courses and so on and so forth. So of course, since I know I just told the chairperson, actually I want to talk. I don't want to talk. Practically 5 minutes, but I'm so sorry. There's so many issues when you talk about NEP. Anyway, let me end here. There are so many other things that I want to say, but then like in the time or in the discourse of our discussion, we can, discuss on this. Anyway, thank you for giving me the time. Now I hand over to Benjamin.
Well, so, Batskem, for me, as far as implementation of NEP 2020 is concerned, my position and my stand is always the same. It is not about supporting or not supporting NEP for me, right, in the context of implementation, because there are some good points and there are some points which are challenging. For me, I look at the students and the education system in my state. That is what concerns me. And when we talk about NEP and the education, system in our state, the state of education that we are in right now, for me, it's very simple. It's high time that our state government, they do a proper study, have a structure, have a framework as to how we are going to implement NEP in our state, right from school till college and university level. Have a structure, have a framework, have a roadmap, have a blueprint, have strategies in place. Underline that in year 2023, what are we going to do? In 2024, what are we going to do and achieve? In 25, what are we going to do and achieve? So that by the year 2030 or 2031, we'll be able to implement NEP in full. For me, that is my only concern. Apart from that, whether I support or don't support, this has been imposed on us, and we are not in a position to protest also. Right? So keeping in mind the interests of the students, I think it's high time for the state government to look into this particular sector, which is very important, education, and also for NEHU. Why only the state government? Also for NEHU, I think we really have to work as far as the curriculum and the structure, of the courses are concerned, so that we are able to do it in a far more structured manner. I think now we are just like rushing with everything that we want to do. I think it has to be done in a much more structured manner with proper discussion, talk to everyone, have a master plan as far as our courses are concerned. And then from the master plan, see how exactly we're going to move forward. I mean, I just want things to be done in a proper way, in a very structured way, which is actually is missing right now, be it our university, NEHU, or be it the state government. So that is my concern as far as implementation is concerned. Because I will tell you, Sir Batskem, just to wind up, if we are not careful over the next 4 to 5 years, this is my assessment, if we are not careful over the next 4 to 5 years as far as the NEP is concerned, who are going to suffer? The students are going to suffer. So it's not about what is this thing I support, I don't support. Let's just keep that aside. Let's think of the students and let's plan accordingly so that they will not suffer. Because these students will not study only here. They'll have to be prepared for the entire national mainstream, right? So if you don't think for the students and you don't do something right now, in the next 4 to 5 years, I'm really scared to even think what is going to happen as far as the education system in Meghalaya is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful points and observations regarding the way forward for the implementation of the NEP 2020. When Professor Sikand, he was delivering his presentation, he made a very interesting observation that this NEP will lead to centralization or something that for this policy to be effectively implemented, then there's no other way out than centralization. In fact, there has been an observation made that comparing the policy of 1968 and 1986, it is stated that the 1986 policy was more successful compared to 1968 because it was in 1975 that the education was transferred from the state list to the concurrent list, giving more power to the central government. So I would throw a question to Professor Sikand. What would be the implications of the centralization of, authority with regard to education that will lead to the, whatever, I would say, the successful implementation of the NEP, which the framers, they believe and they want to achieve. So what will be the implications? And also, what are the areas where the central government is grabbing the power from the state government insofar as related to the implementation of the NEP?
This is what I told, that initially education was in the state list. All the leading universities were actually run by the state governments, barring one or two in Delhi and others. It was the situation, and it is only, as Mirbo rightly pointed out, in 76 that it has become concurrent list. Now, that many of those universities, whether it is Madras University or Calcutta University and others, they were actually very good universities, very good name, and they had potentiality and thing recognized by us. But in course of time, you see, in the name of addressing the problems of neglected areas, now the central government started different universities like our own Nehu or other universities. So now the number of central universities gradually increased. And now, because the central universities are under the control of the center, they had better allocation of resources. Whereas the state resources have depleted over time. As a result, the state universities, their standards have come down in many places. They could not manage. They went for more universities, but less resources. They have to do it, and they couldn't manage. That was the thing. So the standard of the state universities came down, and the UGC, which was only a body initially to disperse money, that's all. But UGC became so powerful that they started controlling everything. They started controlling not only central universities, but also the state university. Because they are the resource one. I am the money giver, so you have to accept what I say. Otherwise, I will not give. So that is how the control started increasing gradually. And now you come to the situation of where earlier what happened, at least only it is a financial administrative control. Now the regime which is in power wants to control education for other reasons also. For socio-cultural, religious reasons also. Now they have taken education so seriously that they wanted to implement a policy at the all India level, and this one is something will have serious implications, as we have seen the very what is this thing? CUET. It is based on CBCS syllabus. CBCS syllabus. That means embossed syllabus has no meaning. So state syllabus has no meaning for them. So all of you have to follow CBCS syllabus. So the state boards become redundant. And people, why do they study? People don't study. So also the state syllabus in the colleges, they become redundant. Because now it will go, Delhi University syllabus will be perhaps the model, this one, and the exam pattern will be that. So actually I got one letter from a student of Nehu saying, sir, I could not write CUCET properly. I got less marks, I understand, but I have got 6th rank in my subject. Sir, please consider. So you get rank in the degree, but you will not get through CUCET. That kind of situation happens. Now the other thing is the way that the government is trying to enter even this syllabus making, introducing new topics. You know, the entire that committee is full of the people belonging to a particular ideological framework, and they are introducing and altering the syllabus, especially in history and other things, which are dangerous, all in the name of Indian values. Now you see the kind of the interventions which take place in course of time, and many of the proposals which we are not seeing the consequences of it. You can engage outsiders as teachers. You know what happens? They engage their own men as teachers and patronize. They will give, as it happens, their kind of education to others. There is such a danger in case of centralization, and the state governments and their autonomy will be thing. In case of Northeast, what happens? All of us are dependent on central government funds. So we don't want to say anything against the central government. Say yes, yes, yes. So then state government's role in education will be neutralized. So that is the danger, and that will affect our what is that? The cultural diversity of our place, history, and our own capabilities. Okay, I want you to take that seriously. I don't know whether somebody is. Yeah.
I want to throw this question to Madam Sungo. Professor Sikant said that in order to implement this NEP 2020, and where we stress on research, quality research, which is in fact the NEP rightly tries to address. And for Sasikant, he says that for this, in the context of the state of Meghalaya and for Northeast also, he stated that there should be the recruitment only of the qualified teachers and people with research experience, especially at the college level when we want to go for the 4-year undergraduate program. You as a local professor coming from the state who have had so much of experiences in the university, and also most probably you have had so much of interaction with the local colleges also. And you are very much aware that the many colleges in Meghalaya, they are served by the unqualified teachers. And this is happening even in the, the colleges that have been established, for a long time also. And it seems that this is continuing. And, I would throw a question to you that from, for us, a person with so much of experience, how will this problem be solved in the state of Meghalaya? What is the way forward?
Yeah, that is a very pertinent question that you have asked. I know the experiences that we have in the colleges of Meghalaya is really not very satisfactory when we compare it with the recommendations of the NEP 2020. Now, what I feel is, the teachers, we cannot say that they are not qualified because all of them are postgraduate teachers. And that point of time when they were appointed, maybe those, qualifications that are required according to the,
scheme of Nehu only, where he stated that, and this is a recent happening. It's not, decade or 2 decades ago. It's currently happening also, where the inspection team, they made remarks saying that the colleges, the teachers who are recruited are not as per the norms set by the UGC. And this is happening in many colleges, including as I said, the well-established colleges.
Okay, I have no information with regards to that, but according to what I've seen, recruitments are made according to the regulations of the UGC, either for 2014 or 2018. And I'm sure that, especially the established college would appoint teachers who are qualified. Qualified means they must be having at least a net, they must be qualified in net, or they must be having PhD. Now, according to according to 1986, MA and net is a qualification for becoming a teacher in the college. But according to 2020, NEP 2020, all teachers should be a PhD holder. They should complete their PhD, and maybe if they have net also, that will be taken into consideration. So I do not know which colleges are appointing, unqualified teachers, because if this is happening, then, we should not, the university or even the state government will not, approve their appointment. That is what. And for those who have been appointed, I'm talking about research, for those who have been appointed, and if they do not have, experience in research, I think a bridge course should be given to them. And this course should be on research methodology, so that, they will prepare themselves for the 4th year, because we have another 3 years. If we next year, okay, suppose we implement the NEP next year, so they'll be having another 4 to 5 years to, equip themselves with research methodology. So for those who have not completed their PhD, or for those who do not have the experience of doing research, I think 4 years is enough for them to, to get trained and also go for courses which are related to research methodology.
Higher and Technical Education Service Rule 2012 of the Government of Meghalaya states that all the posts in colleges, they carry the state scale of pay, and they don't mention anything about net, and in fact they don't give any preference to net or PhD also. It is simply stated that those who possess UGC qualifications shall be given the option to opt for UGC scale of pay. That is the only line that they put there. Otherwise, they don't put any condition regarding the UGC norms. So therefore, there's a conflict, I see, between the regulation of NEHU and the rule made by the state government. And in fact, this is the reality that the MPSC has been recruiting people without UGC qualifications. This is the reality.
Yeah, when we talk about UGC regulation, I'm sure that even the state government has emphasized that we follow the norms of the UGC. So I think in the appointment also, this needs to be followed. That is what I feel. And I don't know, I'm really, sorry to hear that, this is happening. And I do not know how this has happened, but I'm sure people, our experts from the university and also the colleges have taken care of on the qualification aspect before appointing a teacher. I think that is very important. I don't know what Professor Shikhan has to say with regards to that.
One incident. I feel that we should see that there is a difference between Khasi Hills and the Garo Hills. Here in Khasi Hills, when we go for inspection, we get a reasonably good number of people competing. I recently went to Garo Hills for a selection in political science. We went there as a team, and there were no candidates. And that why this principal was desperately asking people, come. And somehow they could get one of their own student who didn't study in Nehu, but because she didn't get in Nehu, because she did it in Mahatma Gandhi University. And she is asked to come. Then she came. We asked her, will you please tell me who is President of India? She fumbled. One who cannot tell who is President of India, now we have to recruit her as lecturer in political science. She doesn't have even need. If you don't, they say, sir, we have to again advertise and we have to again spend and we may have again the same problem. Sir, please take them. What to do? We have to understand their problems also. So we have, we only threatened within 6 months learn, otherwise we'll throw you out, but you have to be recruited. So we have recruited a person who doesn't know who is the President of India. So that is the position, and you can imagine the kind of standard that they will be giving it to the students. When the teachers themselves are like that, how will it be?
See, we should not compromise, I think, with the qualification of the teachers. Otherwise, it will affect, our students, our children.
I want to throw this question to Dr. Benjamin Lingdo. When you look at the yearly policies of the government of India, they always talk about the teachers' welfare, the teachers' service conditions. But strangely, this policy talks about everything else, but they look at the service conditions of teachers with a negative, mindset. I'll just quote this paragraph of the NEP, which happens in 13.1. It states, compensation levels of permanent faculty in public institutions have also been increased substantially. Various initiatives have also been taken towards providing faculty with professional development opportunities. However, despite these various improvements in the status of the academic profession, faculty motivation in terms of teaching, research, and service in higher education institutions remain far lower than the desired results. They don't talk anything more about the service conditions of the teachers, and we know that there's teachers in India, particularly in Meghalaya, and also even in northern states. Let us not forget that this policy is a policy that pushes for privatization. And here it talks only about the service conditions of teachers in the public institutions. But it talks nothing about the service conditions of teachers in the private sector. So what is your reaction to that? Just before you answer, maybe, sir, he faced that problem in Garo Hills because of the salary.
Okay. Yeah, that is a very important issue. In fact, that particular paragraph which Sir Batskem was reading out is from that motivated, energized, and capable faculty. It's from there only. You see, one clear message that we get from NEP is that either you perform or you perish. Now, that is very clear for the private sector. But that particular paragraph from the motivated, energized, and capable faculty is also a message to us, right? In fact, when you read that particular paragraph, at least for me, I was a bit disappointed because I got the message that the central government is actually telling me, maybe it's telling us, that we are paying you salary, but you're not doing anything. That is a sort of message that is coming out from that particular paragraph of the policy. It's there. You can have a look later on. That is the message that I got, that we are paying you salary, but you are not doing anything. Now, if they are saying that to the public sector education, then you can imagine what will happen in private sector education. Nothing is mentioned, no protection, no rules, which means that the management or the state government of that particular state can do whatever they want. And if we come to our state government, it's a very peculiar situation. I can tell for government colleges, I will not talk about other colleges. I can tell for government colleges in Meghalaya, they are appointing teachers without following any spirit of the UGC regulations. Right? There are many teachers, I'm not pointing at anyone, I'm talking about the state of education in our Meghalaya. When the UGC regulations are very clear that NET, PhD, right, research, there are many teachers in our government colleges, even without NET, right? Now, the question is, how did they get in? Because it's rightly stated by Sir Batskem, because it's silent. You know, the Directorate of Technical and Higher Education is silent. And because of that created loophole, I don't say it's a loophole, I say it's a created loophole, right? We are appointing even, teachers without having the qualifications as per UGC requirements, which I think is unfair because it is like you are backstabbing the hard-working students, who have done NET, PhD and everything, but yet still through MPSC, they're not able to get through. Not pointing anything at anyone, right? But I'm just stating the facts the way they are. You can check with our government colleges that we have in our state. That is number one. Now, imagine a situation when our very own state government is viewing education to be like this. I can do whatever that I want, right? If our very own state government is viewing education like this, just imagine what will happen to the private sector within our state. It will be like what Professor Shrikant said just now. You take anyone because, there's no other option. Without naming any college, I'm a member of one GB of one college. Similar problem has happened, right? There are some faculty of that particular college without having the requirements as per laid down on the UGC. Okay, and every time they tell us that every time a committee comes from NEHU, they point on this one first, right? Now, what is the way out? On one hand, you are saying that you have to appoint such type of teachers. On the other hand, we don't have, because we have limited limited seats for PhD. Universities can only take so much, and some of the PhDs, the UGC says we will not recognize, right? Now, in such a situation, where is protection, where is security for the teachers? At the state level, we do whatever we want, we don't care. At the private level, there are no qualified people, because there is no scope under NEHU or any other university to take too many PhD scholars and all that. And you are left, as a governing body, you can do whatever you want. The center is silent. Even our state government is silent. Governing body means you do. You decide. We like wash our hands. It's up to you, right? And you see, this is where I'll just come back to the implementation part because it's related to this. You see, I'll just take one example. Teacher-student ratio. All right? NEP is very clear.
Dr. Benjamin, try to be brief. Sorry to interrupt you,
okay,
but because of the time.
Fine, okay.
When you talk about this NEP, there's just so much on research. And we need to be competitive with the other developed nations. And this UGC regulations of 2018 has a provision stating that by July 2021, only those possessing PhD are eligible for recruitment. But, in the recent past, the UGC itself relaxed that very condition. And also, in the present regulation adopted by UGC, they have removed also that necessary for publications in journals before submitting their PhD thesis. And I just want your view on this as Vaibhav. What is the real position of the UGC or of the government of India with regard to research? They move one step ahead, they take another step backward, to the creating confusion even in the mind of the people in the country.
Now, in your question, the answer is that UGC is confused. See, UGC is confused. Who are we? So actually, this is the thing that without any planning, without any proper discussion, maybe thinking was happening or thinking will happen. But now the incidents which Professor Srikanth mentioned regarding the recruitment in political science in Nehu or in the Northeast, we had a something different experience. We have a long queue. Yeah, that is sitting. So everything is different. So already in our discussion, the entire day discussion, yeah. No, see, sometime as a teacher, educator, I feel that sometime regulation creates for chaos. I don't know, but this is thing found in number of ways. But to recruitment as a teacher in any institute, in higher education or in school education also, there is some eligibility. For example, time to time government decided some eligibility or some criteria. I think, my bro, maybe we need to complete it in time to time. For example, in Maharashtra, we have a long queue. So we have some kind of for example, recruiter assistant professor. For example, I would like to give my example in my department. Last month, I want to recruit 9 teachers in the Department of Distance Education. And I received near about 275 application. That time we can use one UGC guideline. 100 marks, 100 points is necessary to become a teacher, assistant teacher application. So it is given by the UGC. So I use it. Those applicants are not acquiring 100 points, so we can delete it, and we can only allow to them those are completing the 100 points. I felt some good member also eliminated because of this rule also. But this is the policy, and we are the stakeholder. We need to implement. So my concern is that we need to follow it, and we can develop good human resources for the nation. I think so. Thank you.
Point here. With regards to recruitment, I think once the colleges give a good salary, I think they will get, good teachers. But if the salary is very low, 6,000, 7,000, what is 6,000, 7,000 nowadays? See, this is one of the problems that they're not getting good teachers. Yeah, this policy is silent.
Is Professor Khari online? Yes. Okay. Professor Khari?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, so I have been following all this discussion regarding the concerns of the teacher recruitment. And one thing is for sure that the recruitment policies also differ across states.
Actually, I want to ask a different question to you.
Okay, all right.
Okay. The question to you is, this vocationalization of education is not a new thing. It was there. It was there before also. But the difference between the past and the present is, this policy makes it rather mandatory to be included in the, the curriculum framework. And if the vocational education was not successful before, students were not opting. Why the students, they have more or less be compelled to take these vocational education, and what will be the implication for that?
Thank you for that very interesting question. Yes, I couldn't hear the entire question, but I could get the gist of it. So maybe I'll try to answer that. Now, the very reason as to why vocational education was not popular in the country, it had two reasons. One, the social acceptability. So there was some kind of a stigma attached to low paid jobs being given to the vocational degree holders. And as we are all aware that prior to this, the vocational programs were available in the ITI sector to a large extent. And then later, in the polytechnics, they were also available. So there was some kind of a social stigma attached to them, and they were therefore lesser takers for it. Also, as we moved towards a more service-oriented economy, and there was a rising demand towards more specialized skills pertaining to the digitization of the entire production sector globally. There was not just a rising demand for specific kinds of IT-based skills, but also there were rising aspirations in the minds of the students. The other sad experience of the traditionally offered degree programs was very much evident from the fact that the students were not able to get good jobs at the end of their education. So these were two important reasons as to why a look was taken at overhauling the curricular aspects. And in all discussions with the job providers, it came out very clearly that some job-oriented skills and work-based skills need to be integrated even with the traditional programs. So when we say that a degree program in history cannot be job-oriented, or a degree program in history cannot provide any kind of experiential learning, is to be not taken in that spirit. And there are ways and means to provide for experiential learning. The job of the higher education institutions is not to ensure or not to guarantee every child a job, but the job of the higher education institutions is to enable them, is to provide them with both knowledge and hands-on skills, which will help them to not just earn a good livelihood, but also kind of contribute constructively to the society. And this is why the whole idea about integrating the general academic education with skill-based education. And also ending up with the silos between the vocational education and general education. It's not about vocationalizing the whole higher education system. It's about just making it a little more useful and application oriented. That is what is my understanding about the whole shift in the higher education system, which is happening globally, and in many of the advanced nations we can see that application-based learning at the higher education level is present.
Hello. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you. I think I'll end here. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your points. We are running short of time. And to be fair, I will just allow one question from the audience. One question, if there's any, or if there's no question, then we can end. We are running already late, in fact. Any questions from you? Okay. I'll try to be as brief as possible, madam.
Okay, this is a question like in general. I just want to find out, NEP 2020 gives the freedom to the teachers to design their own curriculum. And I could see from all the panelists that, there's a confusion of where this blueprint should come from so that they can move forward. But I have one question in front of the esteemed panelists. Now, why can't it start from the colleges? Now we're saying that we want to offer a course, which is employability. So first and foremost, do we have to look at the competency and the expertise of the teacher? What attribute does the teacher has? Now, for example, I have a degree in zoology, but with a specialization in genetics. So can I, as a teacher, come forward and create a course, in the field of genetics, but taking the local issue in hand? Is it possible that it can start from us? Can we start creating courses in that way? And then ultimately, we lay out the groundwork, and within the department, then we put up to the leader of the institution of, okay, this is the courses that our department can offer, and then it can move ahead. Is it possible in that way?
A NEP document talks about flexibility so many times. Okay, it is curriculum is flexible, teaching hours are flexible, everything flexible. This thing, but in reality, when it comes to implementation, it is not so easy. For example, our own Nehu came out with a curriculum. But if the curriculum, now people started saying that everything should be done according to the curriculum. We proposed that let there be some changes. Within the curriculum structure, make some changes. But there was opposition even to that. We are asking, yes, let there be one common structure, because all cannot have their own curriculum. There should be some kind of minimum standard. But within the curriculum, there can be flexibility to some extent. Whether it is allowed or not, there was a debate. And if you say it should be there, that is what I have been arguing with Professor Sungo ma'am also. I'm saying that it should be, and somehow we push it some kind of changes, saying that we have, so accept it. Yeah.
Okay, now when we talk about the curriculum here, now this is a curriculum where at first we had presented it in the academic council, of course, and we were flexible at that point of time, but we should follow certain norms which relates to the curriculum structure. Now, with regards to the syllabus, now you have the freedom of preparing your own syllabus, but your syllabus should be, in conformity with the other members of the board where you're preparing that syllabus. Now, with regards to freedom of preparing the syllabus, now if you are in an autonomous college, then you have the freedom of preparing the courses. But if you're not there, you can prepare a course, put it in the MOOCs, through MOOCs you can prepare your own course, and, you can do what. Yeah. See that there are certain norms that we have to follow. I'm just saying that if it is for MOOCs, you can do so. But right now, we do not have that, that regulation as yet, because you can prepare a course. You can recommend that to the members of the group, because you're not the only one who will be there. See, for a particular subject, we have different experts from the field of that particular discipline. So you will have to put in that idea in, and the university is very flexible. Now, for the NEP, for creating the syllabus, we are going to have a workshop. So each school, the subjects which are under one school will have a kind of a workshop where you will be working on the syllabus. So you have the freedom. University has no imposition on that. So it depends on the teachers who are teaching that particular subject, and you are in the field. You know better what is to be taught and what not to be taught. So I think that flexibility is there in creating the syllabus, but in the curriculum, it should be common.
Actually,
add?
We have such kind of
May I
flexibility.
just add
In
for a minute?
departmental DC, we have a DC. The initial of the semester, we can discuss to teacher. HOD is the chairman of this thing. And if you want to launch or if you want to develop one own course, you can put it in front of the DC. Once all the member of the departmental committee once agree your course with your course, because all are the teacher, educator, all are the expert from various faculty, various areas. That's it. We can use it in our department. Only we endorse with the Pro-Vice Chancellor and just send to the academic council. There is nothing is happening in the. We have such kind of flexibility in Savitribai Phule Pune University.
So may I just add on to this?
We are already late.
Oh, all right.
In fact, we are.
No problem. No problem.
We all. Now it's 5:04. You're supposed to end at 4. Our teachers can talk and talk. That's the correct. Okay, thank you so much, Professor S.M. Sungo, Professor H. Sikan, Professor M. Kare, Dr. Vaibhav Jadhav, and Dr. D. Lingdo for participating in this panel discussion and giving your insights into the implementation of this NEP and the challenges as well as the problems that we have in the process. So thank you very much. I hand over the time today.
Yeah, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would thank all the panelists for the discussion, for sharing your views. Thank you so much. Special thanks to our moderator who has conducted this panel discussion very well, asking very pertaining questions, very important questions, and I think we need to take forward, as the team says. This is not the end. We will take forward. Immediately, we will proceed with the next session. Not the next session. We have a program, just a short program. I request you to sit wherever you are. It's okay. You can sit wherever you are. Please sit there, sir. Please, ma'am. You can sit there as well. Yeah. Please sit there. It's okay if you can sit there. Yeah. So we go straight away to the valedictory program, a short program. We're trying to keep it within 20 minutes. Kindly bear with us. So without much delay, I will ask our secretary's report for this session, for this seminar, please.
So good evening, everyone. At last, we have come to the last part of the program. It is indeed for all of us a very enriching experience where we gain so many insights from the intellectual discourses that we have had in these 2 days of the seminar. I know it's tiring for most of us who have been sitting here, listening and learning from the many resource persons on the varied themes of the National Education Policy 2020 and the way forward in its implementation. Time does not permit me to give an elaborate account of the various topics, points, issues, and challenges that has emerged from the different sessions as the seminar unfolded. Nonetheless, allowed me to bring to your kind attention some of the important points that we could gather from this program. The inaugural session rightly set the tone of the seminar, in which resource persons highlighted the present Indian educational policy that envision an education system rooted in the Indian ethos that contributes to transforming India into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society. However, they also voice out certain concerns that have dropped out of its implementation, such as the financial implications, human resources, and in particular, multilingualism, the medium of instruction, that poses a gigantic challenge for a country like ours with multiple languages and dialects. The practicality of the implementation of NEP demanded that phase-wise and incremental implementation is a way forward. Online education is a real necessity in today's world, as the pandemic has shown us. While ensuring equity in the use of technology for online and digital education, there is a need to address certain concerns, such as the benefits of integrating education with online education, at the same time mitigating its downsides, as well as study the related areas such as student device addiction and the most preferred format of e-content. In the context of Northeast India, numerous challenges such as digital competencies of teachers and students, unavailability of open and public digital resources, infrastructures, online assessment on a scale, and bridging the digital divides, etc., becomes a stumbling block in ensuring equitable access to quality education. Another important insight of NEP 2020 is its clarion call for the need of transforming the regulatory system in Indian higher education for ensuring regulation, accreditation, funding, and setting the academic standards through the setup of Higher Education Commission of India with its 4 verticals. The policy brought about a paradigm shift in the conceptual perception or understanding of what constitutes a higher education institution, thus ending the fragmentation of higher education, but transforming them into large multidisciplinary and knowledge hub with quality teaching and research focus, while shouldering the responsibilities to support and develop other higher educational institutions, community engagement and service, contribution towards various fields of practice, faculty development for higher educational institutions, and support school education. For creating an optimal, viable learning environment, the policy calls for a comprehensive approach that involves an appropriate curriculum, engaging pedagogy, continuous formative assessment, and adequate student support. NEP 2020 aims at aligning Indian education at par with the international standards, which in the process has led to the overhauling of the existing system of education. This has posed some of the serious challenges and issues: multiplicity of boards, varying standards, changing the mindsets of teachers, lack of accreditation of the school level, cost of training of teachers that stands in the way of its fruitful implementation in school education in our region. The new educational policy is a forward-looking document that focuses on quality teachers and training programs. It calls for restructuring of teacher training programs. There is a need for revolutionary change in our education system, and motivation and empowerment of teachers is a key for successful implementation and execution of NEP 2020. The NEP 2020 also calls for strengthening of ODL as a strategy for meeting its goals and mission of curtailing dropout rates and ensuring increased access to education at all levels through its various agencies such as NIOS, Open Universities, and Dual Mode University, for increasing gross enrollment ratio, providing opportunities for lifelong learning, and for facilitating a move towards making education more holistic and multidisciplinary in nature. The resource person also enlightened us with various ways and means on how transfer of credits could be put into practice by tapping on and availing the opportunities that open and distance learning education offers. Adult and lifelong learning is also a very important aspect of NEP 2020. The universality of lifelong learning is an important concept that should be incorporated into higher education, as learning is something that does not end with formal education, but continues as individuals learn through their lives informally. As per NEP guidelines, adult and lifelong learning should have an impact on the enrollment of children in school, and it should also have impact on the community so that social change and development can be brought about as envisioned in the policy. The 4 pillars of NEP 2020 are enrollment, equity, excellence, and employability, where employability now has become a very important aspect. The principles of NEP are identifying the skills of students, inclusion of both cognitive and non-cognitive skills. Market needs are emerging as a new wave of the graduate population. Skills are getting a high demand, but sadly, educational institutions are not equipped to cope with the demands of the job sectors. It is the duty of higher educational institutions to provide, promote, and equip learners with ample skills that are employable and of ample benefit to the entire workforce and community at large. 2 pertinent suggestions to cater to the problem of employability are holistic integrated learning and experiential learning. Whether it is to be done for employability must have vision, mission, perspective plan, priority setting, and guidelines. Higher educational institutions have a huge responsibility in producing employable citizens. Research is a creative and systematic work that involves a great deal of effort and finances. The NEP has stressed on the importance of research at the higher educational level, and National Research Foundation is an agency with a vision and mission to facilitate research. Its objective is to fund research and to make discoveries and to create research culture. NRF wants to promote and support research through funding, human research development, and provision of research facilities. Research according to NEP 1986 and NEP 2020 has changed drastically. Hence, NRF plays a very crucial role in promoting research, and educational institutions can take advantage of such agency to make research a lofty to take research to a lofty level. In the level of school education, NEP requires structural change from 10+2 to 5+3+4. Special focus is also placed in ECC, and there is a shift from content-based learning to competency-based learning with the incorporation of vocational education at the school level. Another important aspect of NEP is that it highlighted the requirements of setting standards and accreditation of school education to ensure quality education. During the seminar, questions of the preparedness of Meghalaya in its implementation of NEP 2020 was also raised. The resource person pointed out that the state needs to set priorities, identify strategies, and preparation of a roadmap for its implementation for the benefits of its citizens. Further, NEP 2020 implementation in Northeast India calls for a deeper deliberation and discussion while taking stock of the peculiarity and the identity of each region to ensure the feasibility and the workability of NEP 2020. And of course, the climax of the seminar is the panel discussion, in which all of you have come up with so much of suggestion for the fruitful implementation of NEP. With this, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sumer, for the comprehensive report. Next, I would like to ask Shri K. Soklet to give the vote of thanks.
Very good evening to everyone. I stand here to propose the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to thank God, the Almighty, for providing us this opportunity to gather here today. My sincere thanks goes to Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, for giving a very insightful keynote address. Sir has been with us right from the start as an external board member. My gratitude also goes to Professor T.K. Kharbamon for giving who has given a very thought-provoking inaugural address yesterday. I would also like to thank our principal, Dr. R.M. Lingdo, for guiding and supporting us all the way in the seminar. Sir has always been a pillar of support. My sincere thanks also goes to Dr. M. Rani, our Vice Principal, for chairing the inaugural function yesterday. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Ma'am G. Lingdo, Coordinator IQAC, who has always motivated us in conducting various programs related to academics and for the well-being of our students. It has really been a resourceful and very informative 2-day programs, and a big thanks goes to all our resource person. Your presentation has really stimulated our thoughts, and your suggestion will really guide us in moving forward. So a big thank you to all our resource person. I would also like to thank all the internal and external advisory board members who has always helped us during the entire preparation of the seminar. In today's program, we've had chairperson, reporters, and panelists chairing the session and reporting the different technical session and also the panel discussion. My thanks goes to you as well. Thank you, students of of the MA Education Department, for helping us out in making arrangement of the halls, and also for giving a very presenting a wonderful songs. So a big round of applause to all our MA students. I hope you all have benefited from these 2 days program. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all the HODs of the college, the invitees, and as well as our students again who could not come here and attend this program, but they have attended online. The students of BA Education 5th semester, and all the invitees for attending the program both online and as well as in the offline mode. I would also like to thank the technical experts for helping out with the live streaming of the program, and as well to all the supporting staff of the college for helping in making this place ready for us to organize the seminar program. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the faculty of the UG and the PG section of the Department of Education for the hard work in making all the necessary preparation for organizing this national seminar. I would like to apologize if I've forgotten to mention anyone, but my thanks goes out to you as well. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who have helped to make this national seminar, NEP 2020, the way forward, a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir K. Soklet. Just one remark from me here is that NEP was our team, and it was a way forward. And I think I can conclude with these few words, saying that knowing is not enough. We must apply. Willing is not enough. We must do. And lastly, just to take the opportunity on the behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to declare this national seminar on the theme National Education Policy 2020, the way forward, close. And we would end with the college anthem. I request our students to lead us. Thank you. I was thinking we will stand here, ma'am, so we'll take a photograph immediately after that. You can stand here. We'll take a photograph, sir.
Nice to see you.
Okay, sir. Then we'll continue. Thank you once more, our dear students. Thanks for being patient with us the past 2 days, and thank you for singing this song, the college anthem.